Yep. Okay, great. So, good morning, everyone. I'm warmly welcoming you officially now to our 23 Aurora Biannual in Olomouci. Glad to see you all here. We have an exciting program ahead of us these 2 days, and we will start with the welcome words. So we have a couple of people that would like to welcome you here, important people, but also we have our own Aurora staff who wants to tell you a little bit about this biennial, how we are trying to make it special, green, improve ourselves as we go along. So let me introduce our, I don't want to say panelists, but our very important speakers who will extend welcome greetings to all of you. We will start with our university rector, Martin Prohaska. And we will then also have the Dean of the Faculty of Law greet you. We have Aurora President Jon Atli greeting you. And we also have Zuzana Hunkova and Ivar Mas telling you a little bit about Aurora Green, as well as Niels Hexfor introducing you to practicalities of this biennial, about the venues and everything you need to know so that we can make this biennial comfortable for you. So I would like to invite our rector, Professor Martin Prohaska, to greet you officially, and with that we start this biennial.
Well, thank you, Selma, for this kind invitation, and welcome to Olomouci. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I hope those of who were present yesterday in the Red Church, you enjoyed last evening. So, welcome again, and dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Aurora fellow presidents, staff and students, and all the esteemed guests, it is my great pleasure to open the Aurora 2023 Fall Biennial and wish you all very warm welcome to the Palackého University and our city of Olomouci in the Moravian region of the Czech Republic. It was my personal wish to align the celebration of successful Aurora Alliance pilot phase with our university, celebrating 450 years of its existence as the oldest university in Moravia and the second oldest in the Czech Republic after Charles University in Prague. For 450 years, through many adversities, the Palackého University in Olomouci has prevailed and continuously contributed to the intellectual, economic, social and cultural wealth of our society. We mark these years not only to celebrate the rich historical heritage, but also to understand its connection to the present, in which our university remains a highly respected and internationally top-rated academic and scientific institution in Central Europe. From these strong foundations, we would like to continue to build our future. Ladies and gentlemen, the Aurora Biennial is an official part of our anniversary celebration that started already in early October because it too reflects an important milestone for this university's international growth and its strong strategic partnership in Europe and globally in the world. As an alliance for strategic partnership in education, research and societal excellence established during the 3-year period under the European Universities Initiative, we have already made our own history too, acknowledged and confirmed by truly excellent evaluation from the European Commission in that we quote, can serve as a model of what is possible to achieve as an alliance. And we are proud about it, aren't we? As a result, we were granted a new funding for deepened institutional collaboration in the next 4 years. The program of this biennial is constructed in a way to both allow us to reflect on our achievements so far and to use them as a stepping stone to the next level of our collaboration and continued work. Also, for our dedicated Aurora teams who have been working in the past 3 years, we creating this strong foundation in a very turbulent times and under stressful conditions of both COVID pandemic, Russian aggression on Ukraine, economic crisis, and various other institutional resource challenges. This is an important moment of reconfirming each other in extraordinary efforts and joining belief in common growth by building the European higher education's future together. 15 Aurora universities are present at this biannual. Working together as a part of our alliance, covering key strategic matters in education, research, and societal service across the entire Europe and beyond. And this is itself is a witness of the strengths and diversity we draw from our work. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like, therefore, to use this opportunity also thank to all in Aurora for tremendous work and results in a short period of time. What I find remarkable with our partnership is a sense of a community and collaborative spirit, joining together all layers of our universities and institutions. My hope is that we continue along this same path of a success with our newly joined partners, Paris-Le University, welcome friends, and the University of Minnesota, our Aurora Network's global partner, as well as to continue strengthening our ties with 4 Aurora associated partner universities, Karazin University in Ukraine, Šafarik University in Slovakia, Southwest University in Bulgaria, and Tetova University in North Macedonia. Welcome, friends, as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a festive time, and make sure to take a moment and celebrate, support, and strengthen each other once more before we soon again venture into the future and make more history together. I wish you all a very enjoyable time during a biannual at Palackého University, and I look forward to all your personal exchanges. Thank you very much.
Now don't be surprised, because that's a short and gentleman's interruption here. I am now actually introducing you the Dean of the Law Faculty, because I am belonging to the Law Faculty, Mr. Václav Stehlik, my Dean, and I am actually proud to thank him for the hospitality. My Dean, please.
Thank you very much, and dear rectors, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I will be very short. I would like to welcome you very much on the premises of the Faculty of Law. It's a great pleasure for us and honor to have you here, and we thank very much the university for the confidence that we can host this session. And very simply, I would like to say that I wish you would enjoy the sessions, the debates. I hope that it will be fruitful, and I hope that you will also enjoy not only the Faculty of Law and the Palackého University, but also the city of Olomouci, and that you will take home very fine memories. So, dear colleagues, I wish that you would feel here as comfortable as at your home universities. So very much welcome here and enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Aurora President, Jon Atli Benediktsson.
So, very warm welcome to you. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you and to have a biannual here in Olomouci is excellent. We have had 14 biannuals before this one, so this is our 15th, and prior to this we had 2 online, and it's so refreshing to see you here. Aurora started in 2016, and I remember 7 years ago when we had our first biannual first meeting in Amsterdam, and then Aurora didn't even have a name. It was Network X. Now we have a name, and I think we go stronger and stronger by every year, and that is absolutely fantastic. I would like to use the opportunity to thank Palackého University for hosting us here in Olomouci. It is absolutely wonderful, and to be here with you on your 450th Jubilee. It's absolutely fantastic. So being a part of your celebration, that's great. So thank you very much for that. And as mentioned by Martin, here we in Aurora, we are at crossroads. We are finishing our Aurora Alliance project and continuing now. Next month we will kick off the Aurora 2030, and that's something we have seen be very successful. We have received great marks from the Commission going forward, and we have done very, very well. And the agenda for Aurora 2030 is very strong on the sustainable goals, and we will continue in that way. We have set ambitious targets, and I'm sure we will succeed in those by working together. And Aurora, we can say we have in the past seen many partners. Some have been with us since 2016, others have joined, some have left, and I'm very sorry that our colleagues from the University of East Anglia in the UK, they are no longer with us after this year. That's very disappointing. The financial implications of COVID, they had an effect on them not continuing with us. But I would like to take the opportunity and thanking them, especially President David Richardson and all the team at the University of East Anglia for their outstanding contributions to Aurora. But as Martin also mentioned, we are seeing... Thank you, that was very nice. And as Martin mentioned, we are seeing new partners coming in. Paris Est Cretel University, we embrace you. We are very impressed with your activities, and I look forward to working closer in Aurora. But UPEC joined us as an associate partner in the Aurora Alliance, but now will be a full partner in Aurora 2030. And I would also like to thank the University of Minnesota, as Martin also mentioned, joining us. This is an extension outside of Europe, and to have an outstanding university as the University of Minnesota being a global member of Aurora is very, very important. And also, as Martin mentioned, the 4 associate partners, they're very, very important to us. So I would say that this biannual is terrific in its organization, very important sessions on all aspects of Aurora. So I believe we will have a great time in this beautiful city of Olomouci at the beautiful Faculty of Law building here, and we appreciate being here. So just to finish, I would like to give a token of appreciation to Martin, the rector. So Martin, can you please join me here? I have a small gift for you. Here it's in Icelandic pullover patterns, and I hope you enjoy it, and thank you very much. And have a great biennial. Thanks.
Thank you very much, our rectors, the dean. Now to our sustainability managers. Sustainability and being green is very important to Aurora, so I would like to call Zuzana Hunkova and Ivar Mas to join us for their couple of important points they would like to share with you on being sustainable this year.
Dear Aurora community, it is also my pleasure to welcome you all here in Olomouci at our university. And we are really proud that we can organize this event, especially at this year. I'm standing here with my colleague Ivar from WU Amsterdam. We are both sustainability managers, and I would also like to say that it's great that sustainability got some space at this biannual. And also I would like to thank to our Aurora office for trying to organize the biannual as sustainable as possible. Today we would like to deliver you 2 important facts. It's some facts about the climate change and also how Aurora tackles them.
Yeah. So, thank you very much. Yeah, so the first news is not so good, I'm sorry. But maybe as you've seen, the last month in September was again the hottest September ever recorded. And this is in a streak of continuing heat waves and continuing breaking record heat. And this is a very big problem. And we see that we are not only reaching the boundaries of what the climate can handle in terms of temperature, but these are the other the planetary boundaries. Here seen, we've broken so far 6 of all 9 of them. As you can see, climate change is one of them, but others are biodiversity loss, land use change. And as you can see, we are reaching in the red. And reaching in the red means that we are in a danger zone, an unknown zone, where we know that the planet cannot sustain that amount of pressure we are putting on it. And this is also what we can see in the different tipping points. So if we look at then what kind of effect this has on the planet, and then especially for the temperature increase, here we see a map of the world, and below we see the global warming thresholds, which indicate that the temperature rise above that temperature can mean a collapse or a decrease in that particular part indicated on the map. And I think some important aspects there that are quite close are, for example, the low altitude coral reefs in Indonesia that you see, but also the West Antarctic ice sheets, and also the Greenland ice sheets. Those are things that will disappear as soon as we hit above 2 degrees. So it's very important to stress and to tackle this aspect of the climate change and this planetary boundary as soon as possible. Because you might think, it's far away, it will be something in the future. It is not, unfortunately. Children that are born in 2020 have, when they are 70 years old, they have a very high to high chance of experiencing a warming of, well, up to 3.5, maybe even more degrees of heating. As you saw in the previous picture, that would mean the collapse of many of these global tipping points. In other words, the urgency is very high, and we need to we need to act very quickly now in order to reduce these emissions. And this is now not to shame you, but we were wondering then, okay, what are our CO2 emissions for us coming to this biannual? And there I give the floor to you.
So we decided we will ask you. So please take your phones, put on your phone menti.com, use the code that you see up there, and try to guess how much CO2 emissions have we spent on arriving to Olomouci. It's 26893363. We can see the results online, so please everybody try to guess, don't cheat. what is your guess about how much emissions, how many CO2 emissions have we spent all together arriving to Olomouci? It seems like most of you are guessing between 26 to 35 tons of CO2 emissions. But I still leave you some space because I see somebody is still replying, so a few last seconds, and then we will see. So yeah, the final answer from you is 26 to 35 tons of CO2 emissions. Are you wondering how much is it, actually? It's more than 35 tons. It's 35.58 tons of CO2 emissions. How much is it actually? This is equivalent to carbon footprint of a small Czech family per year. It's more than 4 times the carbon footprint of an average European and 8 times the carbon footprint of an average person on Earth. So we feel like it's quite much, and this is how it was spent. So 182,000 kilometers were done by plane, and you can see that it's more than 96% of the footprint. Even though the train, the kilometers by train were maybe 3 times less, you see that the footprint of train is not only 3 times less, it's much, much less. So what we wanted to show here is that the carbon footprint from flights is very, very high. And that's why we feel like it's really important to stress on our travel codex that Aurora implemented in 2020. And it would be great if all of us can follow them and can try to avoid flights as much as possible and to choose a different transport if possible.
Thank you. But indeed, it's not only about, let's say, our carbon footprint, the thing we leave behind, and that we need to decrease as much as possible. We also have a handprint, the action that we take in order to make a better world. And this is a quote from Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, saying climate education is crucial for raising the ambition we need to address the existential threat of climate change. And this is also an assignment to us here in order to enable those, to realize this and to see this as an objective and to work on that on our handprint while being wary of reducing our footprint. So then the question is, so what do we do actually, Susanna, about this handprint?
And I would like to say we do also pretty much. So we show you 4 examples from our universities how we are tackling the climate change. At the CBS, they are organizing Green Business Forum, which is a conference event organized or co-organized with student association, and it brings together the academic, the students, and also the business platform. And they discuss together new solutions and new ideas on how to tackle the climate change. At our university, we just opened a new interfaculty course in sustainability, and we try to show to all the students from all the faculties that sustainability is not only for the environmental faculty or for ecologic program, but it also touches our all. At the University of Iceland, they are doing the Green Step project in operations, which is the governmental project. And they are trying to, by this project in 7 areas that you can see on the screen, they are trying to decrease the environmental impacts of operations and also increase the awareness of climate change. And last but not least, at the WU, they have the Climate Expertise Center, which brings scientists from all the university, from all WU, to work together on the climate solutions and again how to tackle the climate change.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So now to round that off, so we see that already a lot is happening, and we now zoomed in a bit on, well, mostly let's say the negative impact, but of course this challenge is bigger than only reducing CO2. It's a broader assignment that we have as a world. And the global goals, the sustainable development goals, are a guiding principle in that. And what we would like to give to you or ask you to take away from this session is to bring this thought of the sustainable development goals, have this ambition level in the meetings that you have, and yeah, work on a more sustainable world for all.
Thank you very, very much, Susanna and Ivar, for this important message. And now, last but not least, our own Aurora office, Palackého University, with few practicalities for you. Niels Hexford.
So, good morning, everyone. And I also, on my behalf, want to wish you a very warm welcome to Olomouci, and also on behalf of the entire team of Aurora at Palackého University that has been working on organizing this biannual for you. To tie into the talk of Ivar and Susanna just now, we have been trying to make our biannual as sustainable as we can as well. One of the main ways we have tried to do that is by reducing the number of paper programs and papers that we hand out, which is why we try to go for an event app. So during this brief talk, I will try to talk you through that. If you haven't been able to find it yet, you can find a QR code to get to the app on the back of your name tag. So just scan it, and then you can access the event app with the full program, information on speakers and on locations on your phone. You can then save it to your home screen, or just access it through your browser, whichever you prefer. Then to continue with some of the practicalities in the program, we have tried to, in the program there, highlight your sessions by color. So plenary sessions are marked in Aurora minty green. Thematic sessions that happen in parallel are marked in red. But then I want to give some special consideration to the closed door sessions that are highlighted in yellow. We will start this afternoon at 2 o'clock with a closed door session, which is the Rector's Strategic Discussion, which will take place not here at the Faculty of Law, but at the Rector's office. You can find the location here very conveniently in your app, but there will also be a pickup at 1:45 in front of the building here, where Selma will accompany all of the rectors to that strategic meeting so that you will be able to easily find the building. An hour after that at 3, that session will transition into the General Council meeting. Here we ask also other representatives of the universities that have been invited to that meeting to then join. It will take place at the same location at the UP Rectorate. Again, locations can be found easily in the app. And the IC meeting for Aurora ICs will then immediately follow behind that. Then in the evening, we have an evening program for you, which starts at 7 o'clock here at the Law Faculty. We will start with a guided tour of Olomouci, which will then end at the Regional Museum, where we will have a small reception. On top of that, there are 2 dinners organized for rectors and vice-rectors. So the rectors will meet at 7 o'clock at the Café New One restaurant. Locations can be found in the app, even though this closed dinner is not mentioned in the program. If you go to the location section of the app, you can find the restaurant there. Similarly, for the vice rectors, they have been invited to a vice rector's dinner at the Caesar restaurant, which is right in the main square. Also starts at 7, and you can find the locations in the app as well. Then moving away from the app and the program, I want to talk about some of the practicalities of the space here. Toilets are behind the aula on the right hand there. We have breakout and meeting rooms available right up the stairs from the entrance. And for the session on or the slot on breakout sessions, you can also find a detailed program and a floor plan of the faculty in the app, so that if you're planning to have your task team meet in a breakout session later this afternoon, you can find the floor plan and the room number in the app in the corresponding sessions as well. Then finally, I want to talk a little bit about the partners that we were very happy to use with. Again, tying it into sustainability, we were very happy to have our partners of Nextbike Olomouci provide free rides for 2 15-minute rides for all participants of the biannual using the discount code Aurora. More information can also be found in the app. So if you are looking to explore Olomouci in a more sustainable manner, please try to use Nextbike for that. And then we are also very happy that with your name tags throughout this entire week, you can have free access to the Pevnost Poznání, as they say in Czech, the Fortress of Science, which is Palackého University's museum of popularization of science. And it's really, really worth seeing. You can have free access to that museum with your card for the entire week. So locations can also be found in the app. And so particularly if you have some free time during the program, or if you are staying on Thursday, I would really recommend going there, because it's really quite interesting to see. Then, because we're already a bit over time, I'm going to stop it there. And if you have any questions throughout the day about practicalities, don't hesitate to ask me or anyone else from the UP Aurora team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the welcome words. We would like to move now to the formal part of the program, actually, to the first plenary session and the first discussion. And I would like to call Sabine Alensant, Inga Runarsdottir, Barbara Buchenau, Gregor Haaf, Lucy Plihalova, and Tatiana Kaganovska to join us here for the panel. This plenary session is called Aurora Pilot Phase, Aurora Model Alliance.
as our colleagues are actually looking at the last technical details here, I would like to introduce the beautiful panel that we are having today for this first plenary session. Rector Tatiana Kaganovska from Karazin Kharkiv University. Professor Gregor Half from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Professor Lucie Plihalova from University Palackého Olomouci. Audur Inga Runasdottir, doing my best Inga on this, from the University of Iceland. And Professor Barbara Buchenau from Universiteit Duisburg-Essen. What we are going to reflect today upon is this idea of Aurora being a model alliance. But before we find the presentation, what I wanted to tell you as well is that just after that, we are going to have a celebratory ceremony. We are going to sign some very important agreements between celebrating our partnership between our different members, one for the newest and best version of the mobility agreement, the MAMA, the mother of all agreements, as we call it, and also the MOU on research and innovation infrastructures. So right after this, we will have the signing ceremony. And now the presentation is there. So, is Aurora a model alliance? Well, why this question? First, as you may remember, it's actually President Macron in 2017 that actually launched this idea of the European University Initiative by saying that in his speech, those universities should be at the vanguard of higher education in Europe and be a model, a sort of lighthouse for the transformation in higher education. But what is a model, in fact? And to start this reflection with our panelists, I wanted to use some reflection and imagery, but a model is actually a pattern or a design of things to be made and reproduced. Is Aurora such a model due to its wonderful achievements? Are EUIs archetypes that need to be followed, or prototypes as we're prototyping some of those changes? Are we also posing as models for others to follow us? Some discussions about communications in our community said that we need to actually communicate more and better and really engage for others to follow us. But some of you have also said that we shouldn't be just for show and only be an empty shell. Those are big questions, and I decided, because it's still early morning, let's say, that we needed to reflect a bit and use some imagery, some examples to help us in our reflection. So I decided to take French models. Maybe I'm a bit biased towards the French thing, maybe. But also, it's my way to celebrate the arrival as full partners of our dear colleagues from UPEC, Université Paris-Créteil. So it's not just my fault, it's also to honor them. The first model that I looked at is this one. Marianne. Liberty Guiding the People by Eugène Delacroix in 1830. La Révolution? Is it a revolution? Are the European University Initiatives alliances like ours revolutionary? This is a question I'm going to ask the panel. And are we this landslide that has been announced by President Macron and others regarding the changes that we were going to archetype in higher education? Are we paving the way towards the university of the future? Because this is a part of the call for the alliances. Are we Have we improved international competitiveness of higher education institutions in Europe and proudly promoting their European values and identity? I will ask the panels their thoughts, and also, if we are a revolution, who are we for? Are we for the people? All of them? Are we for the people in the barricades? Are we also self-determined and showing this agency that is very often linked to a revolution? We can discuss that. Now, while some may doubt on the extent of this revolution yet, some also said that this initiative should be really motivating, should be this bottom-up change, should be this transformation that is enticing, that people want to have. It should, the commission, one commission official said to me that they wanted to, the institutions and the member states themselves to take the lead and to be seduced enough to change some more, to take a new wave of changes from after Bologna. Bologna, which, as we know, didn't fully remove all the barriers to higher education like we wanted to. So I wonder if this other French model could be, this icon could be a better choice, if it works. Or not. Not anymore. We're stopping at the Révolution, I think. Okay. Yes. Seductive model. Brigitte Bardot. She is certainly a seductive model. She's also a figure of the Nouvelle Vague, the new wave of cinema in the 60s. And a wave that shook cinema and that has been breaking pre-established codes, like we aim to do in the European University Initiative. Brigitte Bardot here is very young. She is this new independent model, inspiring for a lot of women at the time as well, presenting a desirable future for youth, where freedom and was quite important for a whole generation. So is Aurora seducing enough for a young generation? Is it seducing enough for our staff to engage in it? Brigitte Bardot is driving here, and Case is also often using this metaphor of the train to change. For me, sometimes from the office perspective, and I'm sure Marie-José and the others will feel like me, that it's a very winding train to change, and sometimes it's winding like a boa constrictor around our necks as the reporting is taking the life out of us sometimes. But Brigitte Bardot is driving. Is Aurora driving change? Is it a catalyst for institutions to implement local changes as well? But there are limitations to that model. So if we try and look at another model, a model with more substance, closer to our academic world. Tricky one, this one. No? Yes? If some technicians could tell me where to point that thing so that it could work. Ah, Marie Curie, Marie Sklodowska-Curie. A leading scientist, of course, 2 Nobel Prizes. A role model for many, international and plurilingual at core. A role model that is also an engaged citizen. We, of course, know how she created this mobile ambulance services with radiology during World War I, and how she made an impact in those very challenging times. How is Aurora shaping new ways to collaborate in research? This is something that I'm going to ask our panelists. And is Aurora helping us to better understand and communicate the social responsibility of science? Is Aurora doing its part in constructing a better Europe, a more inclusive, a more supportive one? Before we listen to our panelists, let's look back into what our evaluators have said. It was mentioned a bit earlier by Jon Atle. that indeed the Commission thinks we are a model of what is possible to achieve as an alliance, that we've made exemplary progress, and that we're clearly driving innovation across all partner institutions and collectively as well as an alliance, and that we've delivered exceptional results. This is from our evaluators for our midterm report, and we've progressed even after that. But we can, as much as we can be really proud of this evaluation, it's a fantastic review, but how does it compare to our own lived experience? Last month, as we were wrapping up the program and preparing for the next one with colleagues from the central office, with institutional coordinators, and with work package leaders, we looked at our own results and how we lived those results. And actually, this crowd was much tougher than the Commission. We were much more critical about our own work. And I hope that we can engage in a conversation with the panel and with you about what it means, and also throughout the days. And we have another very interesting plenary and discussions, and how do we evaluate our own results? How do we evaluate, assess our success? And how can we do even better and prepare for a better Aurora 2030 and beyond? And as the group met in Universiteit Duisburg-Essen last month, these are the highlights that they noted. And very nicely, a colleague put them into a word cloud. And what do you see at the very core? Student engagement, exactly. And student engagement in the Aurora Student Council, as student ambassadors, as champions with the task teams, and pushing us to reflect and being critical about ourselves. This is very key. And how they're showing agency in their own learning. That is a clear success for everybody in the Aurora community. You also see quality teaching. Quality teaching with those interdisciplinary courses, with this focus on sustainability that the colleagues presented a bit earlier on this panel. The international perspective, the short-term mobilities, those mobilities that enable the that are enabled by the MAMA agreement that we are going to sign a bit later. Our improved internal processes, this was also something that was highlighted, as we are really learning by doing and hitting some walls, but also finding solutions together. Best practice is very important, and best practice exchange, what have been the things that have been feeding those courses. Service learning, social entrepreneurship, competences, Lewis, and open badges, all of these are important takeaways. And this idea of sharing in those design thinking jams, in the BIP courses, the teacher trainings, the TLC trainings, learning from each other is certainly at the very core of Aurora. And as I was discussing a bit last night with some of you, I was asking about their lived experience and the numbers and what they achieved. And of course, we have fantastic numbers to show. We have 550 students in social entrepreneurship and innovation when we were thinking we would only have 90. We have over 1,200 students engaged in service learning courses when we aimed at actually far less. Over 25 pilot courses that are adapted in Lewis. I could go on and on. But what did our colleagues say last night to me? What was more important for them? Yes, there are the numbers, but what was more important was the learning, the discovery of the diversity of doing service learning or other things in each institution, and this collaborative effort that was at the very essence of what we were doing. And the question of impact and how it transformed and impacted colleagues, students, society as well is certainly what we can celebrate here together during this biannual. And as we are looking at our final reports, and we will be hunting you for some more data, we certainly do not forget that qualitative aspect. But beyond what we have produced, what we've learned is most important. And what has been experienced was highlighted by the colleagues in that meeting that we had. The best practices. You see there's a lot of meetings right there at the center. But what is more than the meetings is actually what has been created beyond that. The trustful relationships, the teamwork, the honest communication, because such transformational endeavor cannot happen overnight. It cannot be a revolution. It has to be a slow transformation, but it has to be a lived experience. It has to have those personal interactions. Well, I'm very conscious of the carbon footprint, and I definitely underestimated, I must confess to Eva and Susanna, the carbon footprint of this event. I strongly believe that these best practices are what we can celebrate together here in this biannual. Now, what about you? Oh, no. Not yet. If you were, just with a show of hands, to rate a bit, to assess how we did, because this is the very core community of Aurora, would you say that we are a model alliance? Well, hardly would be a 1. Suboptimal would be a 2. 3 would be we're doing okay. 4, we're doing really great. And 5, of course, we are a model alliance, obviously. So could I ask, from a show of hands, who would be saying 1, we're hardly a model alliance? No one. That would have been an awkward moment for me standing here, right? Okay. Suboptimal, what we've achieved is quite not what we wanted. Okay. 3, we're doing okay. Actually, not perfect, but okay. Yes, a few hands, yes. Case, we have those conversations together, but yes, okay. 4, we're doing really great, despite all of the polycrisis that we've heard in the first panel. Yes, quite high number, thank you. And yes, we are this great model, and we're certainly very proud. Case again. Thank you, I like that. Yes, I think there's a lot of imperfections. There are a lot of things that we want to change each and every day. There are a lot of things still to be done. And yes, the polycrisis that has been mentioned is immense. But we can be very proud and happy of what we have achieved, despite everything. So what I wanted to tell you is that I don't think I could find a model, a perfect icon. I did enjoy the mayor's allegory yesterday with Aurora and the zodiac. I didn't think of that one, I must say. That was a good one. But for me, some of the models that we could see, if I can change the slide, are students. The students at the very core, and now they're like hating us for putting the pictures, but the students that are engaged in our student council, that have become staff members even, that are staying despite their institutional changes and difficulties, that are going for that extra micro-credential and taking this extra step and showing this learning and this agency. And of course, those students are to be celebrated, but it's a whole community around them. And we can also have many portraits of many colleagues, and I could, if this was working better, but I could click more and more, and all of your pictures could be there. So I just wanted to say, basically, before I give the floor to the panelists for their thoughts, I just wanted to say yes, thank you. Thank you to you for actually not just being a model, but for modeling, for shaping Aurora for what it is. Thanks a lot. Give ourselves a clap. So now let me just turn to our panelists. And maybe, if I may, I will start with Barbara for our pilot domains. And as it's close, and if I can change the slide, I will go back to the highlights maybe. Barbara, what do you think are our main achievements in the pilot domains and what feeds them? And what are your thoughts on this prototyping, this modeling, this maybe archetype that we are or not? And if we're seducing enough for our students and our staff?
Oh, it needs to be red. Okay, sorry. So maybe for those of you who are new to the Alliance, there's 4 pilot domains, and we're trying to pretty much cover the range of interdisciplinary fields. So it's sustainability and climate change, it is digital society and globalization, then it is culture, diversity, and identity, and the final pilot domain is health and well-being. And we're working on a 5th one for the next phase, which will be social innovation and entrepreneurship. In these 4 pilot domains, we first learned actually to work from within our programs across programs. And that in itself was a huge achievement. Because of course, first I'm in American studies, so I tried to find other Americanists across the Alliance and found out that not always is there an American studies program. So I had to learn whom to actually look out for and how to find people. The first lesson that I then learned is don't even think of the discipline, think of themes that you're both interested in, and then get that person excited about what you're doing or what you're planning to do. So the first hard lesson was to move in programs, but across programs, and start to forget about the logic of your own program. Then the second lesson is once you've learned that and once you've developed a plan for a course that you're trying to bring to life, is to then rethink program, because you have to bring it back into your program, otherwise it doesn't count. And so you thinking of what is a model, you have to learn to think beyond your program, forget about everything you've learned, and then as soon as you have an idea, bring it back into your standard cookie cutter system. That's really hard to do, and it only works if you find people who are as crazy as you are yourself, and if you have students who believe in the idea, and who are willing to carry through with the idea. A lot of my students go like, no, please, not another coil. And then I tell them, well, but without a coil, there's not going to be an excursion to New York or to Tarragona. So if you really want to travel, you have to hang on. So then they send me lists of things to avoid the next time around. So we often go by negative examples. We go by listing what shouldn't happen again. Well, we're Germans, right? So that's what we try to do, and then we try to do it better next time around. And I think that's a logic that has been very important. So, and of course, the large-scale goal is to invent new programs that are interdisciplinary, but that still fit into the disciplinary cookie-cutter logic, and that's almost impossible to do. So getting accreditation, making sure that it's automatic, having borderless learning implemented into all of our programs. We had 3 years to do this, and that's of course not rational. It's not something you can do in 3 years. So I like the idea that we're now called Aurora 2030. That's a long stretch, although it's only a 4-year funding. But if you really want to do it, and if you want to do it with generations of students who are able to give you the best criticism they've got, and to really make sure that things get better the next time around, then you need this long stretch. But I think I didn't quite answer your question.
No, but that's very good to share, and maybe we can go back to some of the questions. Gregor, can I give the floor to you?
Thanks, Sabine. And I actually think you picked a perfect first model with liberty leading the people, because that is one of the most misunderstood paintings in the famous French museums, because everybody thinks it's about the French Revolution,
and
it
it's actually
isn't.
1830.
It's
it's
not
actually
about the French
about,
Revolution.
Charles X, but anyway.
So I'd like to pick up that thought. I'm assuming that's exactly what you intended, to use a widely misunderstood painting. I think we misunderstand ourselves sometimes, and I just want to follow along that train of thought. Are we a model alliance? I'm not so sure. And I'm going to try and be not so sure by looking at three balances that we're probably meant to strike. One balance is on the EU level. If you ask yourself what the EU or what Europe is actually trying to do, and this is not new to any of us, right? It is trying to combine or balance levels of integration with levels of global competitiveness. And we'll see how we contribute to that. Then on a systems level, there's a parallel or a likewise balance probably, and that is increasing accessibility to students and to scholars, while at the same time increasing global competitiveness. I think that is what Macron meant, that balance. Let's figure out if that's one that we're striking. Then probably even also on an educational systems level, there's the balance of opening science and opening collaboration while globally having knowledge safety, because there are geopolitical competitivenesses about knowledge safety as well. So if we take those three balances, that leads me to think, I'm not so sure. Because if you look at the polity goals as in balancing integration with competition, I'm not so sure we're doing a great job on both. We're probably doing a good job on integration. I'm not sure we've focused enough on competitiveness yet, or our ability to increase the competitiveness of Europe in a global context yet. And that same thing I can see being repeated on the systems level. And Barbara, you've just given some great examples as well of our accessibility. Of course we've increased accessibility. I'm not sure we've increased competitiveness of the European systems, including our own members, in a global context. And then thirdly, the big debate, and that is admittedly a new one, the balancing of open science versus knowledge safety. I don't think we've even started to reflect about how we can contribute to those balances. This is certainly true for my institution as well, but it's also true for our network or our alliance, that we don't know yet how to balance those things. So if you assume that those three tasks are our tasks, if you assume that striking a balance in those three dilemmas is what we're meant to do, then the report card to me would be, well, in the first instance, the first balance is unclear. The second one is one-sided. And the third one is, well, we haven't even started. So as a conclusion, I'd say let's not be too self-congratulatory. There's a time to be self-congratulatory. The time is probably now. But let's not overdo it. Let's not be too self-congratulatory. And let's also not be too inward-looking and now focus on the things that make us competitive, both as a continent, as well as a system, as well as in individual institutions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gregor. This is why Gregor is on the panel as well, because we needed also those thoughts.
Because Dutch people are blunt. Yeah.
And we love them for that. Now, if I, maybe Inga, what about you, and how is Aurora shaping new ways, maybe modeling new ways of collaborating in research across the institutions with the SWAFS projects, and what are we going to sign just after this event that is celebrating some of our milestones there?
The rectors are all going to sign a loan for me to buy a palace. It'll just be slid under the Memorandum of Understanding and the MAMA agreement. Don't tell them, they haven't arrived yet. Hi everyone, I'm Inga. Thank you for the great introduction. It's a little intimidating being in this panel where everyone's a professor and I'm not. So I'm going to use my defense mechanism of humor, and you'll all have to bear with me on that one. As some of you know, I'm the project manager for the Aurora Research and Innovation Project. And I think this is a very interesting interesting question, an interesting topic. But before I go into whether or not we're a model alliance on this front, I want to give a little bit of context on what this is, because some of you here know the project very well, but some of you don't, because the Aurora RI project lives in its little pocket dimension that is a little outside of the Erasmus project. So Maria Gabriel said that interaction between citizens, scientists, and policymakers is essential to enrich research and innovation and reinforce trust in society. And I think that very nicely sums up the thought behind SWOFS. SWOFS is Science with and for Society, and it's it's a pot of money from the EU, to be blunt, but it's also a really beautiful concept. It's a grant from Horizon 2020 that Aurora applied for and received, and we've been working together for 2 years on this Aurora RI project. Linking it to the speech given by Eva and Susanna earlier on sustainability, I think I've often heard people talk about how we don't need to worry about climate change or these future problems because emerging technologies will arrive that will solve these problems for us. I hope this is true. I fear that it's not. But in order for this to happen, we need to have a supportive policy environment for science and innovation, and we need to invest time and effort and money in research collaboration. And so that's what we're trying to do. Let's hope we save the world. As to whether or not Aurora is a model alliance in this front, I mean, I would say no, but we can be. And not no because we're not doing a good enough job, no because this is we're a prototype, not an archetype yet. Much like what Barbara was saying, we're building on our mistakes, and every assignment, every task that we undertake, we never do it perfectly, but it allows us to do it better next time. And so I can see us continuing on that path and continuing to get better and better, and I believe we can move towards this model structure. But I think that our strength is that we are testing, we're learning, we're figuring things out together as we go along. And so that would be my answer to that.
Thank you, Inga. Now, Lucie, may I ask you what you think about Aurora being a model alliance, and also this question that I mentioned earlier: is Aurora modeling new ways, helping us, society, to better understand and communicate the social responsibility of science?
Thank you. I don't think I'm as long in Aurora as a majority of all of you, but I have to say that I was trying to see it in the optics of scientists of Palackého University. So at the beginning, they didn't know actually much about what Aurora exactly means. And I think that for me, those were just some supportive processes for effective scientific life, and these processes are very important. It's open science, it's sustainability, and I think that we have great power and great opportunity, since we don't collaborate within the frame of Aurora as much as I would like to see it in science, but we are, let's say, working on it. We have another period in which we are going to focus on science much more, and I think that, you know, scientists, they need to meet. COVID-19 showed us that all the Zoom conferences and hybrid events are not very good for us. We need to see each other, we need to use planes, we need to use everything, and as you know, from US or Iceland it's very hard to get to Olomouci by train, so I think that this also shows the opportunity how to work together on new technologies, how to work together, and somehow we are very, little drop in all European Union, but anyway, we can still work together on better technologies that enable us to travel and maybe don't do such a mess with CO2. And I have a very good experience with particular bilateral cooperations within the frame of Aurora. I have to stress work of UPEC as associate member. They were working very hard. They've already linked to some scientists at Palackého University, and I would love to see bigger consortia within the frame of Aurora. I hope that this Aurora new travel grants might help very much. And we can work together. And great thing is also signing the Memorandum of Understanding for sharing infrastructure. I think it's a great step forward, and it can start many interesting and important cooperations within the frame of Aurora universities. And I think that we, as a university, will learn a lot about open science. We are working on it hard. Our people are trying to work on hard fair principles. I remember like 1.5 years ago, there was something that a scientist that was like mostly unknown. And now when they are creating a business plan or a data scientific plan for the project, it's something normal. And I think that we can help each other in the processes very much. And the 3 years you guys work together, because I joined a little bit later, can be a key how to start, because there are some key parts that are already linked. These are some grant offices and technology transfer offices, which I would like to stress, or HR departments, but I feel we should link much more in scientific topics, and it also has an impact on students.
Thanks a lot. And Rektor Kegrawska, Tatiana, can I ask you how did Aurora impact, help maybe, Karas in Kharkiv? And also, as we were discussing with some colleagues, it very often feels that it's not enough what we can do. And how have we maybe impacted your community, and how do you see that we're going to continue working together in the next phase?
Thank you so much, dear colleagues, dear friends. I didn't prepare a bigger speech, some words about us. I remembered last event, Aurora Alliance. It was last May, in last year. And maybe in that time I didn't understand how long war be in our life. And I had hope war ends soon. But now we understand war in our life, I hope ends soon, but the situation which now in Israel show us war near us, everybody. And I would like to say a lot of thanks from our Karazin community for your financial donate, your support, because it's very important for us. Understand we fight for European value, not for us, for everybody. And when we receive your financial donate, 51 euro, yeah, we are thinking when, where and how we can spend this money for our university. And that time we didn't understand where are living in winter and summer, and we spend this donate for preparing for very difficult winter for us, because I think you know about our blackout. We stopped educational process. We continue defense PhD, defense our diploma, and now we understand, yes, financial donate, it's very important for us, but now more important for us, collaboration with Aurora Alliance, because our research, our professor tired, and they need new wave for emotional support. And we are thinking for opportunity to summer school rights, human rights. And now we appreciate for opportunity to continue collaboration with Aurora Alliance Peace Hub. This goal, it's very important for us. We open a veteran hub in our university. It's opportunity for our veterans continue education, because some of them lost a professional, and now we need to study and get a new professional. And it's very important for us. And yes, I'm really want to invite you and Peaceful Kharkiv, show our university and open together a peace hub in our university. And I hope it will our victory soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We certainly share the same hope with you. Thank you. In view of time, I believe it's time to... We're good? Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
I would like a lot of thanks, Selma, because this is woman who online with us 24/7, and thanks. And a lot of grateful from our Karasin community. Thank you.
So I think it's time to take some comments and questions from the room, to reflect on this concept of the modeling, to reflect on the very different perspectives that our panelists have shared. You can also directly ask questions to the panel, obviously. I think there's a microphone that must be circulating, yes, in the room. So, can we, yes, Bernard.
Thank you, Bernard Figgenschuh, University of Innsbruck. You gave some very nice pictures, Sabine. I have another one, maybe for you to offer. I've just recently passed through Munich Central Station, which is under construction now. And I think Aurora is under construction. Everything is there somehow. There are trains leaving, but some students miss the trains because there's such a lot of chaos and things going on there. So we are under construction, but the picture is right and easily found on the internet. The final central station in Munich will be beautiful, and this is our goal, where we have to go to. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you. Other comments, thoughts? I see a gentleman over there. Or, yeah, Maria Jose.
Yeah, Maria Jose from Central Office. I would like to ask you all and the panelists if, because when I hear the Model Alliance, there are two things that come to mind. One, the model that the Commission is proposing to us, and the other one, the one that we feel fits us. I normally don't, but in my everyday, I try to guide myself with the one that we are aiming for, but I want to hear from you how this matches or not, because personally it's very conflicted in my head to try to accomplish both at the same time. So I would like to see how you think about it.
Thank you, Maria Jose. Anybody want to, yeah? Barbara? Well, I think, thank you for the question, because it indicates how basically I think we need a framework of requests that we would never request from ourselves. So think of work package 3 that has 16 task teams with 250 deliverables. We set together maybe 3 or 4 people among ourselves thinking, what do we need to do in order to become better, in order to actually really work with students, for a world in which the problems that we are facing are actually not that daunting anymore, where we have the tools and the technology, the methods, the ways of being that help us feel less helpless. So that was the idea for the work package. And then came the expectations of the Commission, and they all had to be put in there in the right vocabulary, in the right deliverables. They often feel, so they make me feel that I want a system to just wash them away because they're requirements that are not in my language. But at the same time, they make me rethink how I'm working, and they offer me tools that I myself wouldn't really think of. For instance, in the field of multilingualism. So here we are, this whole panel is in English. We simply agree, without having agreed upon it, that English is our way to go. But of course, if we want to do an academic system that actually is different from the Anglo-American system with which we are competing, then we also need to think of languages, and we need to make a useful experimentation with multilingualism. Without the EU requirement, we wouldn't even consider it. We would go the simple way of doing English first and only. So I think the Model Alliance, why we shrink away from it, is that it makes a lot of demands that we feel are unreasonable, and they are unreasonable, but they're at the same time also needed in order for us to see ourselves from the outside and be assessed by standards that we haven't chosen. So I think it's life as we're used to it, and also life as we need it.
And Barbara said it much better than I did. I was thinking maybe there's a third model, or there's a third way, as in it's probably not binary between a model proposed and the ways of working. The third is probably a model proposed that we all know we'll never reach, but we pretend we reach so that we can work toward it. And that's like a collusive creativity, which then leads exactly to the kind of productivity that Barbara has just described.
Thank you. I think there was another hand raised at the back.
I'm challenging the idea of the train station that will be completed. So I suppose, but maybe you oppose that in 2030 there will be something finished, completed, because I think what we are doing here is something that is always evolving, always changing. We will have in 7 years much more problems with the climate change, more effects, more migration, more suffering. We have new technology, new methods, and so on. So I challenge that. I say in 7 years, we are still talking about developing and building it just from another standpoint. And yeah, that's it.
Can I agree with that? And I do so on not ex officio, but also just personally. This is precisely what I just meant, as in this is a useful fiction that we should not give up, that we'll get to some station, but we should not give up the fiction of the station because it keeps us going and keeps us evolving. And that is a useful thing. That is precisely the collusive creativity that we need to maintain to keep us going and to be able to evolve.
Yes, thank you. I also think that it's an important thing to keep in mind, that we as a community do not exist in a vacuum, and we are inevitably affected by what's happening around the globe and around the continent. And I think our speaker has made that very clear, and that's a very good thing to bring up in regards to sustainability as well. And bringing that to the sort of model versus model discussion that Maria Jose started, I think I understand that this is difficult because we love what we're doing, and this does require a certain amount of humility. But I think it's important to keep in mind that we don't need to be afraid to fail. That's the kind of disruptive evolution that we are aiming for. And we're not going to achieve the exact model that we'd like, and we're not going to achieve the exact model that the European Commission would like. But if we can just, and I know, like I said, this is difficult, but if we can just keep in mind that we are actually a good platform for testing and failing, because the stakes are not that high. We can try things, and if they fail, we can keep going, and we can do it better. We have that privilege, so I think we should take advantage of it as much as we can.
Maybe if I can add on to your question, what happens after 2030, right? So my sense is that I will have friends with whom I will work regardless. But of course, the deal with the EU is that after 2030, or actually 27, we'll have ways of making sure that things continue in other ways, in other forms, with other funders if we need funding. So I think they'll give us another 4 years to learn better to do this, and to build strength and to build coalitions that actually work, to form this system of learning in which each generation of students make sure that they insist on changes that need to be made within the institutions, and changes that need to be made within international learning and cooperation. With the sharing of research infrastructure that's going to be signed today, that's going to be really interesting, because once you've signed it, it becomes its own thing, and it becomes its own logic regardless of funding. You will then need to somehow cancel the agreement in order to get beyond this system of cooperation. So I feel that this is not something that ends in 2030. That's already why we call it by a date that isn't funded. And that Munich Central Station is never going to be completed, just like Stuttgart. So eventually we might be traveling through it and it looks less unfinished. So it's an ongoing system, and it's a question of how, to what extent I learn to teach my colleagues and my students to carry it on into the next round.
Samina, I actually have a question. Is that allowed?
Because it's you, yes.
It's actually a question for Tatiana. Tatiana, is there anything from this gathering, these 2.5 days, that would help you? Is there any symbolism, signal, message, or model that would help you returning from this gathering back home, that will help you in the messaging or in any goals that you might have back home? Is there any signal that we can send from this group these 2 days?
It's difficult questions for us. Now I'm thinking about your speech, about your words, and I'm thinking what I say my colleague when I return in Kharkiv. And the topic sustainability, it's very important for our world, yes, but it's very important for us because we know about our situation after shelling, after bombing, and maybe more important for us, it's not help financial. It's okay, it's very important, but now we understand we are tired and we need to listen from us. You believe in us. It's very important for us. You believe in us as research, as students, as professors, and maybe it will be fresh breeze for future, because our community continue education process online. We don't see each other, I think maybe 3 years. It's very difficult, and now we try to find something which help us to connect each other, because we're strong when we in community, and when we get information, we received opportunity to continue Erasmus projects or maybe other collaboration. It's our small victory, and a big victory, it's collected small victory. And I think my message when I return in my city, our colleagues believe in us.
Me, actually, the micro is sitting somewhere, so I will use this one. I think that there was an important aspect, model alliance. That's not a question. I'd like to thank you all for answering the questions, but I think that we are a model alliance Aurora, and that's the luck we have. We are lucky because we can build our own alliance, and that's what we have to do for the future. We have to establish that what we need between the partners. There is no necessity to build or fulfill a model of European Commission because there is none. We have the freedom we have to use, and I would like to thank you all that you are helping us all to establish that. So this freedom is an opportunity, and I think 2030 will be actually a next step for that freedom being established. Thank you very much.
So I think it's time for me to thank all the panelists for their wonderful contribution and their thoughts. It has been very inspiring, and I will kindly ask these panelists to actually leave the stage so that we can continue with the celebration. Thank you very much again for all of you. And I'm inviting all the representatives for the signature of the MAMA agreement and the MOU in research. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Just need the 2 pages, this one and this one, perfect.
Should we just bring it, will you take care of it? Do you want to bring it to them?
Yeah, I can do it. If you want to do it, please do so.
Okay.
It's your turn.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Do you have something to sign?
We already have 2 pens prepared. So. the right people now.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. I kept Tatiana and I forgot about Gregor.
It went well, I guess.
Yeah. From our panel perspective, I think it went well. There was no awkward blank or. I think the flow was nice, and okay, so I'm gonna.
It's not easy to open with model alliance thinking
Yes,
in the
exactly.
morning.
But
so there is a group photo after this.
Yeah,
I
but we
understand.
need, I guess
so people we should tell.
maybe
Yes.
you need to make an announcement.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yes, I will just repeat this for the people who are not signing any agreement. We will take a group picture in this room right after the signing. So please stick around because in a couple of minutes we will be taking that group picture. Okay. Yeah, and afterwards there is a coffee break. So. They know. They have all been informed and invited in advance. The audience. It was introduced during the panel. It could be introduced a bit more.
Just a short comment. If you are informed what, so Mama and the other, if you are precisely informed what kind of comment it is, just short comment what they are doing, so we do not have silence.
If you want, I can.
Introduction. The
Sure.
presidents are signing.
Oh, okay. Okay, and I was also asked to now provide some context for you to what is happening on the screen or on the stage for those of you that might not be aware what is currently being signed. So we are now in the process of signing both a memorandum of understanding for the shared use of research infrastructure, which came out of the Aurora RI project. Very big achievement that we are happy to have so many of our partners involved in. And then the other document that is being signed is the MAMA agreement, or as it was called, the mother of all mobility agreements. And that is the overarching framework through which we have mobility to take place between our universities. So there as well, we are very happy to have that extended after it was initially signed about a year ago in Innsbruck. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I invite everybody to take a seat? We would like to get started with the next session. And we don't want to keep our external guest and presenter, Vanessa de Villiers de Sainton, waiting for too long. She is already in the Zoom room, and she is a very busy person. So there will be some further latecomers to this session, but while pictures for posterity are being finalized, I would suggest that we start this session on the impact of the European University's initiative on higher education and research in the near and in the further future. My name is Kees Kouwenaar. I think most of you know me and know that, and I'm very happy to be able to play this role in today's session. I will introduce the panelists a bit later. We have two sections in this session. First, I will give the floor to Vanessa, who will speak to us from Brussels, giving her and the Commission's things that she can share with us at this moment about the topic of their view on the future impact of the European University Initiative on the higher education and research system and practice in Europe. After that, she will have to leave, and then we turn to the panel that is sitting beside me, and we're going to discuss in an interactive way possible future scenarios that we can imagine. And when we start that section, Niels Hexpoor and I will together explain how this interactivity of the session will work, but you will need your smartphone and the conference app for that. So those of you who have not yet used the QR code on your name tag to get the app, please do so. And now is the time for me to welcome Vanessa de Villiers de Sainton from the European Commission, from the DG Education and Culture. Give her a very warm welcome and thank her very much for her availability to speak to us at the occasion of the Biannual of Aurora in Olomouci.
Hello, good morning everyone. Thanks a lot, Kees, for your introduction. So it's a pleasure for me, of course, to be with all of you. So I'm working from home today due to the terrorist attacks in Brussels. So everybody is asked to stay at home. But happy to hear that you are all safe on your side. Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay, brilliant, very good. So since you asked me to give a little bit of a state of play of where we are with this beautiful initiative, that is the European University Initiative. Where we teaching, so that a maximum of students and staff can benefit from these alliances. So it's highly transformative across all the missions of higher education institutions. So it's not for all higher education institutions. We have a lot of other Erasmus Plus cooperation models for higher education institutions to implement transnational cooperation along the lines of the priorities presented last year in the European strategy for universities. So now this is a top priority, the European Universities Initiative, as I said before, and as our Vice President Margarita Pinas said at the forum on European Universities in Barcelona in mid-September. This is not a project, a classical European project, but it is a long-term transformation process. So it's really here to stay. It's a flagship that is part of the European strategy for universities. It's a flagship also that is part of many council recommendations that have been adopted these last years, council recommendations and council conclusions. The last one being the council recommendation on building bridges for effective European higher education cooperation. It is also part of the mission letter of our new designated commissioner, Iliana Ivanova, responsible for education, research, and innovation. And it is an initiative also supported financially by most of the member states who really invest because they believe in the overall objective of this initiative. So now, what do we envisage as future development for this initiative? So as I said before, there is Erasmus Plus funding foreseen until 2028-2029 under the current framework program. We are now discussing, as announced in the European Strategy for Universities, an investment pathway to sustain the initiative post 2028-2029, so under the next financial framework program. So here we are discussing a lot with the existing European Universities alliances, with higher education stakeholders, with member states, on how we can further reinforce synergies with other instruments like Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, cohesion funds, but also more synergies with member states at national level and regional level, as they are also investing in this very important initiative. But before discussing how we can operationalize these synergies, it's important to have a good agreement on the what. What should, for example, the research and innovation dimension of these alliances cover? There are a lot of discussions within the higher education sector at the moment. Not all universities agree on what this research innovation leg of the European Universities Alliances should cover. It should, for sure, not duplicate what is done through other Horizon Europe calls, but it should build on the unique setting that European Universities Alliances can provide and can add value in the implementation of the European research area policies. So this is what we are currently discussing, and we aim at having a very good and strong proposal next year to be presented to the member states and the legislative organizations. Together with that, we are preparing a monitoring framework to bring solid evidences explaining why we are presenting the investment pathway. What is the transformational potential of this initiative? And that is why we are working closely with all European Universities Alliances, but also ministries and higher education stakeholders to come up with a very strong evaluation report. So all alliances have received a survey to be completed by the end of this year, and there will be a lot of interactions until we present the report end of next year. This initiative is also triggering policy developments for the benefit of the entire higher education sector. And today, the Commission is going to adopt the 2024 Commission Work Programme. In this Commission Work Programme, going to be announced that the Commission is going to work on a communication related to a joint European degree, to be accompanied by 2 Council recommendations that are 2 building blocks to make a joint European degree a reality. One is on quality assurance, to have a quality assurance systems that are fit for purpose and adapted in the context of transnational cooperation. A very important building block that we have heard from alliances and other higher education stakeholders. And the second building block is a council recommendation for attractive and sustainable academic careers, because we need staff to develop joint activities, including joint programs that can lead to a joint European degree. We need fantastic coordinators of European universities alliances, but also of any other transnational cooperation model. And for that, this work needs to be valorized and recognized in the career of academics. This is what we want to foster with such a council recommendation. Now, the joint European degree is not an initiative that is going to be imposed on anybody. It's really based on a voluntary basis for any alliance of higher education institutions that wish to develop joint programs that can lead to a joint European degree based on criteria that will be agreed at European level and that are on the test at the moment by more than 90 higher education institutions across Europe. So as you can see, this initiative is really a catalyst for change for the entire higher education sector. So this is really an initiative, that is certainly here to stay and continue triggering change for the benefit of the entire sector. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vanessa. The European University Initiative is here to stay. You are not, because you have to go. Do you have time to take 1 or 2 questions from the audience?
Okay. Yes, sure.
Before I open the floor, I would like to give one reflection on what you said. I think from the start of the discussion, from 2017, people have been saying it's unclear, but this initiative might be a landslide change similar to the start of the Erasmus program in '87 and the start of the Bologna process in '98. And from what you have told us and from what we experience, I am confident to say that the indications have not decreased, that the European University Initiative may well be such an important landslide change in the setting of higher education and research in Europe. That's just my reflection. I open the floor for questions, if there are. Barbara Buchenau, Duisburg Essen.
So hi Vanessa, my name's Barbara and I'm a work package leader in the old call and then the new call. One dream that we always had was that the EU is able to actually really bring together research and teaching, to allow us to not differentiate between the two and to also allow us to not have 2 pots to chase, but really think of education as a part of research and think of research as a part of education. Could you let us know what the future of that one is, because it sounds as if the EU has been chasing that dream as well, but isn't quite able to carry through with it.
You're absolutely right, Barbara, and what's such a nice name, One Dream. So indeed, the objective.
I felt, is this going to end eventually for the longer term? And of course, it's difficult to predict, particularly when it concerns the future, but it's still good to imagine possible futures in order to adapt your actions of today and tomorrow. So I've suggested a number of scenarios to the panelists. We could bring them up. Yes, I will. And I have asked them, but in a minute, to first each of them choose the scenario which they think is the most likely for the future development of the European University Initiative. And later on, and give us a short explanation, a convincing argument why this is the most likely scenario. And later on, the same question, slightly different, which is the most desirable of these 5 scenarios. And of course, you can think that what you desire is going to come true, and you can think that one is likely, but the other is desirable. Before we do that with the panel, we want you all to take your app. Because in your app, if you go to the menu, you will find that there is an option way at the bottom of survey. And Niels created a survey for this session.
Yeah, so please, that is the 3 white bars in the top of the app. You can go to the menu screen. Then all the way at the bottom there, you see survey. And then there is one questions and remarks, which is an open thing. It might be possible that you have to reload your app because we made the survey live just now. In that case, just close the browser and reload the link, or close that app and reopen it. And then it should say there, panel 1 survey. There you will be asked some general information first about your university and what your role are, whether you are a student, whether you're part of management, or whether you're academic. And then you will be asked for each of these 5 scenarios. I've shortened them a little bit for the app, but each of these 5 scenarios you will be asked which of these is most desirable and which of these is most likely.
So I see everybody looking studiously at your phone. Of course, this could be that you're checking your email. Have you found the survey part of the app? Can you give me a show of hands? Yes? Are there people who haven't found it and would like to find it? You're still working on it, Inga? We'll give you a little bit of time. Those who have found it can already start answering the introductory questions to get accustomed to the survey. Meanwhile, the 3 bars at the top get you to the menu, Bernard. And there at the bottom of the list, there is the survey.
And so since I only put it online just recently, it will work if you close the app or close the page and then reopen it in case it didn't refresh automatically. So if you're just seeing the general questions and answers, that is the solution to that. It's like reopening the app.
Okay, let me first, before we get on, quickly, briefly introduce the panelists to you. From the far left, Jonatli Benedictsen. You might recognize his face. You've seen him already in the morning. President of the University of Iceland and president of Aurora. Next to him is Hanush Patira, excuse me for my pronunciation, who is, since September, the president of the Aurora Student Council and a student of Palackého University in Olomouci. Then Marjolein Zweekhorst. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful to all of you, but especially to Marjolein, because she consented yesterday at the reception. And she hadn't drunk. So she accepted to step in because Josef Matušek from Charles University in Prague was supposed to be here, but he turned ill and he couldn't make it. And at the very last minute, Marjolein consented to be part of this panel. And then last but not least, Thomas Estermann from the European Universities Association and member of the External Quality Board of the Aurora 23 program, if I may call it like that, the first phase. Yes, Inga? A meta question.
A meta question. When you ask which scenario do you find most likely, what's the time frame? Is it the 15, 20 years?
Okay, you're way ahead of me. I was asking for the general information questions, and now this is a good segue. Thank you for we invite you to answer the questions for the 5 scenarios, and I'll read them first. The European Universities Initiative, and I'll come back to your question, Inga, will be phased out once its role as a catalyst for higher education institutions' transformation has been played out. The second, all, and this is wrong, this should be 5,000 now, 5,000 higher education institutions will, in the end, become part of the initiative, creating a double structural funding of higher education and research by national governments and the European Commission. Let me answer your question. I'm talking about 15, 20, 25 years from now. So far beyond, at least beyond the 15 years horizon that the Commission is currently thinking of in terms of the current program and the next phase that they're preparing. Third, all not all. The third, the 60 alliances, the 500 university higher education institutions that are in the program at the end of next year will get structural funding, and the other 2,500 will not. 4, the 500 will continue to get structural funding for as long as they show that they actually work as laboratories for the transformation of higher education and research that the Commission is calling for. And the 5th, almost the same, structural funding for as long as they work as laboratories for change, but only structural funding for the education leg that Vanessa mentioned, and no laboratory function funding for the research leg. And because of that, for research-intensive universities, like in Aurora, this will be a problematic approach. So these are the 5 scenarios. Any further questions? So you can cast your votes. 2 questions. Which one do you think is the most likely? And I think there is an option, none of the above. Yeah. I always hated when I get surveys and I cannot say none of the above, so we made sure we have that option. The second question, which of the 5 is the most desirable? Now, while you fill that in, we'll turn to the panelists, and each of them in the first round will articulate their choice of the most likely scenario with a brief explanation, and afterwards on the most desirable. And at the end of the session, we will return to you and ask you to vote again. And then we can see who has been the most convincing for this moment. And we might return to this in a couple of years and see how the votes are changing. But that's a thought that comes to me instantaneously. So, let me start with you, Jon Atli. Could you tell us which of these scenarios you think is the most likely and why?
Thank you very much, Kees, and thank you all for being here with us. So, I mean, looking at these scenarios, it's difficult to say, and we don't know what the future holds. But I voted for number 4. And the reason is that I don't see I don't see mergers. I see this laboratory of change thing going on. I think Inka this morning framed it very well. What does it mean? We are testing something out and seeing how it works. Oh, and I'm very sort of framed, we can say, by Aurora when it was founded in 2016, like-minded universities working together. And I would like the Commission to hold that direction. That is what is desirable, I know, but I think it's also likely it will continue that in that route. Number one could also work, but I think if you start something like this, it is likely to continue as you show progress. So in few words, I think that is what will happen.
Thank you. So I jump to the other side, and now I ask Thomas Esterman.
Well, I think the most likely scenarios, I've chosen scenario number one. The initiative is going to be phased out, considering the 15 to 25 year scenario. Why? I've gone about it by the way of exclusion of the other scenarios. Scenario two, that all 5,000 universities will become of such an initiative is highly unlikely. I think no one wants that, no one's pushing for that. Scenario three, structural permanent funding at European level over 25 years is something I think that I haven't seen in the last 15 to 20 years that I've worked at European level. The one thing that is sort of consistent is that nothing is permanent at European level, so I don't think this is a very likely scenario. The scenario four, structural funding for as long as they work as laboratories of change, I would see also as quite unlikely, because that would include a very strong change of the way Europe funds the different activities. It would really sort of, at the moment we have, when we look at higher education, it funds projects or initiatives through the Erasmus program, and research and innovation through projects mostly, and that would mean a major change in the transition. So that I think is much more difficult to achieve. So which would mean that indeed scenario 5 would be a contender, I think, for scenario 1. With some continued form of funding that would be called structural funding, but in the end might not really be structural funding, because structural funding would mean that US institutions or entities would get something without big conditionalities, and that is something also I would see rather unlikely for the future. So I think that means scenario 1. Why? Because in a 15 to 25 year scenario, we also have quite a couple of changes coming up. Already in 25, the European Commission is going to change, so we don't know what their priorities are, but usually new commissions have new priorities. We have a new multi-annual financial framework in 28 to 2035, where I would say, unfortunately, it is unlikely to get the same level of funding for education and research as we had in the current funding framework. Erasmus Plus has so much more funding than ever, also the research part. And I think priorities for the next one, at least from the current point of view, with much more money going into security, defense, and etc. So that this is quite unlikely. So I think that goes for scenario 1, that the the initiative as it is today will probably be phased out, which doesn't mean that it still exists with a kind of sort of label but in a different form, and I would say probably not within that sort of structural funding as in the other scenarios.
Thank you, Thomas. There was a Greek philosopher who said everything flows and nothing remains. I forgot the name, but people will help me out later. I moved back again to Hanus as the Aurora student president.
Yes, thank you, Case, and thank you everyone for being here.
I believe that the scenario 3 is the most likely one, and I will first want to talk about the part that deals with structural permanent funding. I read the document, the investment pathway for European universities post 2027 by the EU Commission. And I believe that the EU Commission wants this initiative to continue. And from I understood, structural funding is highly desirable, and whether that will be through more Erasmus Plus funding or via the synergies with InvestEU funds or regional development funds or others, I think the goal for this is for the initiative to continue. And speaking for myself, I also think that this scenario makes sense for a reason that lately there's been a lot of emphasis on digitalization and innovation, and that just doesn't make sense for every university to do that individually, since these areas evolve and change quite a lot, and university systems tend to be quite rigid and slow to change. So by the time you would finish one innovation, you would kind of have to restart it from the scratch again. So that's why I think it makes sense to do it, you know, together in initiatives such as the European Student Card initiatives, European Universities initiative, and the virtual campus, for example. And another reason I believe why the structural funding might continue and will continue is that the students simply won't settle for less. I mean, Aurora has been around since 2016. I mean, students got the taste for short-term exchanges, taking courses at various other partner universities. They have heard about the joint masters and joint bachelor courses that are being developed. And to simply take all of that away, I don't think they would particularly like that or settle for that matter. And now to just briefly address the part about the divide of the statement that talks about the divide between them and other universities in Europe. Well, I think that scenario is most likely since, according to the EU Commission, and I believe that Vanessa also mentioned it, there will be one final call in 2024, which will bring the number of higher educational institutions in the European Universities Initiative to 500. Divided into 60 alliances, which will inadvertently then create a divide between universities who are part of the initiative and those who are not, both in terms of funding opportunities and then in the end even how attractive they are to their prospective students. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanush. All universities are equal, but some are more equal than others in the long run. To have another more recent quote perverted a bit. Marjolein, you're next and last.
Yes, thank you. It's an interesting list we have here, and looking in the future is always interesting. I join my colleague here on the right side, thinking, although I really don't like that, number one. What I think it will stop. I have the impression that, was also told in the morning, we're building a model. A model seems that we're done after we have a model and they can replicate or something like that. So I think that that it is seen as kind of seed money to develop new structures. So we need some additional funds, then we create new things. And when we have created it, the university should take it themselves up and continue the initiatives. That's a little bit of feeling I have. Again, I really don't like it. It gives the assumption that it is something we just need to change a little bit. We can do that with the additional money, and then it's all set, and we can just continue. And that might be true for the things we did in the past, more technically, disciplinary kind of work. But the changes we're up to now, I think require something different. But I'm not sure, so that was already one step ahead, that I'm hoping for a different scenario. But I think that's the challenge we have. Does the EU see the real challenge we're facing? And that it's not just tweaking a few buttons and we're set and we can continue. I think we need way more than that. But to be honest, I think it will be seen as we tweak some buttons and you can take it over after that. So number one.
Thank you. Now, I need the help of Niels again. Can you bring up the results of the survey from the audience?
I'm not sure if I can bring them up on the screen quickly, but I can read them out and
okay.
And almost at least have an indication of those voting on earlier.
And yes, while you come up, so we have one vote for 4, structural funding as laboratories for change for education and research, which I find interesting in the context of the investment pathway document. 2 votes for this will end, and 1 for a structural funding for the 500, but not for the 2500.
Okay,
How
so
does that compare with the votes from the audience?
well, so we have had a total of 81 responses from the room, so thank you all for that. Out of those 81, the most popular scenario as chosen as most likely was scenario 1 with 26 votes. So funding is phased out after change is accomplished. 26 of you see that as most likely. The least likely scenario was seen as scenario 2, that all higher education institutions will join with funding on European and national level. Scenario 3...
How many?
That was only 4 votes out of 80. Scenario 3 out of 80 received 10 votes. So 10 of you feel that higher education currently in an alliance will receive permanent structural funding, and then the others not. Scenario 4 came in very close to scenario 1 as the most likely with 25 votes, so only one vote of difference. We are now in a total of 81 respondents, so the number will, someone finished it as we were going, but so 25 voted for scenario 4. Then 13 of you voted for scenario 5, so the structural funding for education but not for research. And then 3 of you voted for none of the above, to give you an indication what the feeling of the room was, mostly before the panel started. If you now refresh your app again, you will see another survey which is called Panel 1 Follow-up, and you would be asked to fill in the same survey again. We can then later analyze that data.
And that's for the desirable or for the same question of likely?
Sorry, I completely skipped over desirable, because we also have that for the first, we have that from this first series still.
Well, we can return to that after the panelists have answered.
Perfect, let's do that.
Okay, so here and with you, number 1 and 4 seem to be seen as the most likely, and we could even combine the 2 and say it will end maybe unless we manage to effectively work as laboratories for change and convince the European Commission and the national governments that that is worthwhile to a further continuation of funding. You don't have to, but any of the 10 who chose number 3, the current higher education, well, 3 was also what Hannes talked. No, all higher education institutions will join. Who said that and would like to explain why? And I will accept silence here, because we never said that we would force you out in the open like this. And then the same question for 5, where there were at least 13 people voting for that. Structural funding for the European university groups as laboratory of change in education, but not in research and innovation. Is there anybody who pressed 5 and not by accident and is willing to explain? Yes, John. Style, in the middle of the middle.
Hi, John Style, URV. The reason I thought that is a likely scenario is, even though it goes against what I think should be happening, I agree with what was said earlier today, that those things go, what Barbara said, those 2 things, research and education, go in hand in hand. I think that's how they should be. But from my experience over the last couple of years, I noticed that certainly in Spain, there are research institutes who have effectively made themselves independent of universities, although they are actually parasites in the sense that, they steal the best researchers from the university, they replace them with poor new teachers who have very little experience. They then use the research that the university's best researchers generate, they use them to demonstrate the power of that research institute, independent of the university that they came from. And that's a very, very strong vested interest that will not be interested in ever encouraging local governments to go down that line of bringing those two together. So I'm sorry, I have rather sort of cynical attitude behind why I thought that was the case.
Thank you, John. Well, by making this distinction between what you think is likely and what you think is desirable, we are inviting and inciting all kinds of cynicism in the replies, so that's quite okay. Let's move to the second question, which you've already filled out, but I'll return to the panel and maybe take the reverse route. Start with Marjolein. Which of these scenarios do you think is the most desirable? Could be the same, could be different.
Thank you, Kees. Yeah, I chose number 4. What I hope is that, and that's in line with the story I just started, I hope they continue. I think this is not just replicating what we're doing at the university. We need to change, we need to develop different competencies. In Aurora, we endeavor to have social change, social entrepreneurship. This requires different competencies and skills from our students. If we really would like to contribute to SDGs, I refer now to the first presentation, if we want to address climate change, we need to develop next to the disciplinary knowledge, we also need that, we also need different competencies. We need students that are able to work on the interface of science and society, to deal with different knowledge systems, to integrate this different knowledge. But it refers different skills and competencies to be trained. These students need to cross different borders between science and society, borders between different disciplines, and also borders between different countries, because like climate change, it doesn't stop at borders. I think these initiative alliances like Aurora is an excellent opportunity to learn these different skills. But this is only the beginning. The idea that we can get these skills, be able to learn how to train all these competencies to students and implement it in our very bureaucratic university at this moment, and work as a 9-university alliance in that. Within 6 or 7 years from now, I think that's that's a nice thought, but it will be very hard to be reached. So I really hope we continue this funding. I hope the European Commission sees the same, that we get these learning laboratories to organize for that. And it was already mentioned a couple of times. I think it's important to make a link with research somehow. Addressing the SDGs, we need funds for that, but we need researchers to do this kind of job. If we link them way earlier, that would be ideal. So a kind of new type of funding which requires research and education to be moved together would be ideal. That's not a real scenario like it's on the board, but I added that a little bit to the fore. So I really hope it will continue, and it doesn't mean that we all have, but like it was mentioned, Aurora is seen as a model. I hope it sees as a model in this process where we're into, and I hope we can, as a learning lab, continue these kind of learning processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjolein. I think also implicitly in what you say is, at least in the way I interpret it, for a laboratory of change, you could say maybe we succeed in 5 or 10 years to adapt our university the best way we possibly can to the societal needs we have now. But by the time we get there, and this gets back to the everything flows and nothing stays, by the time we get there, society will have changed, so there will be a continued and refreshed need to further experiment and transform to adapt to the ever-changing needs of society.
That's true, that's for sure. But also, I don't think, to be honest, that in 6 years we have addressed all the SDGs. So I think for a long while we continue, and we will face new additional problems. So indeed, we need to continue that. Yeah, continue the learning.
Thank you. Moving to Hanus.
Yes, thank you. Well, I figured since you invited a student to this panel, I mean, I might as well shoot for the stars and say that scenario 2 would be very desirable from also, I think, student's perspective. I mean, one of the advantages that comes to mind is enhanced quality and competitiveness, since, you know, receiving funding from both national and the European Commission could lead to higher overall budgets. So then universities could invest in our state-of-the-art facilities, attract top researchers, and also bring a range of high-quality programs. And this could, in the end, enhance the competitiveness of European higher education overall on a global scale as well. Another thing that comes to mind would be stronger European integration. If we have all these higher educational institutions be part of the initiative, then it could lead to a deeper European integration overall. And it could promote a shared European identity and a common educational framework, to mention a few things. And the last thing that I will mention is that it could address the regional disparities that we currently have in Europe. I mean, adequate funding could help the universities in how would I put it, in the, let's say, economically disadvantaged areas. And, you know, that could bring regional development and kind of reduce the disparities we have in access to higher education and research opportunities. And like I mentioned previously, students are becoming more accustomed to the initiatives, and having every higher education university be a part of it would then prevent the divide I mentioned before. So that's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Interesting. I'll resist the temptation to enter into a discussion with you. I noted you said regional disparity as an argument that is something that could be resolved by further integration of these universities into European universities. You could, but I'm not going to, also reverse that argument and say, because there are these regional differences, not only in terms of development, but also in terms of cultural value and tradition and how the society is made up, this might make it a real challenge to create a one-size-fits-all European university that serves these various regional needs. But this is for the coffee break then. Thomas.
Yes. Well, the quote you mentioned, Kes, is from Ovid, from the Metamorphoses, one of my favorite books. I like very much Greek methodology. And it's called Omnia Mutantur Nihil Interit, and I think that's also why I've chosen, maybe for the most likely scenario, for the most desirable one, also number one, which might not be the most obvious one to pick, because clearly it depends on the perspective that you have. But I think most quickly to pick would be the scenario number, well, to get structural permanent funding from an alliance perspective. But I think there might be some downsides to that. And I think from this quote that you mentioned, I think one of the reasons behind why this has also a kind of that not everything stays the same is that if you have to work for 25 years as laboratories of change, I think this is a huge burden that maybe might also be a challenge for achieving your institutional objectives, your alliance objectives. Because one of the challenges that we've identified in the work by analyzing what are the current challenges is one, what we call the purpose challenge. So that there's so many purposes brought into the alliances. You have been test beds, you have to be lighthouses for change, you have to have so many expectations are put there. And then you all come together with also maybe slightly different purposes why you are in an alliance. But what you're working for towards this, I think, has clear objectives. So if you have 20 to 25 years to work as laboratories of change, as test beds, and etc., with continued policy objectives, I think this might actually be hostess to fortune, particularly when it comes with the money that it comes at the moment, which is at European level looks like a lot of money, but if you break it down per institutions, it's not an enormous amount of money. So what I would like to see in the future is that because of this initiative, because you got seed funding to do something that also has created value for systems, that this will encourage also better system level funding, better support at system level, but that comes with, let's say, less conditions attached to actually concentrate on what you want to achieve as objectives with your alliance. I think it would be good if European University Alliance, or whatever it's called, then would stay as a sort of label that would sort of acknowledge the work that you have been doing as pioneers. I think that would certainly be something worth, but that should come again with less conditions attached. So that's why I think scenario one would be also quite desirable, even if it's not the most obvious one.
So basically two kinds of reasons. One is that alliances will find out that this support from Brussels in the end is more of an obstacle than a help, with all the conditions attached. And the other more philosophical one is that you're already sketching a book that you might write in 10 years' time, The Rise and Fall of the European University Alliances, which is a natural cycle of life of institutions and initiatives, to kind of paraphrase what you say. It's a fascinating perspective. And with Jonathan.
Thank you very much. What is likely, that's politics, and we don't know what will happen, but I just responded regarding the investment that has been made, the commitment of the institutions, and for example, Aurora, formed in 2016 with the vision, student engagement, global challenges, equality, and so forth. And it was likely minded universities. We're doing well, but we have shifted. The alliance came, we can say it broke up the original Aurora, but I look at it as a new football team, a new team. It's stronger, and that's good. And we also have the funding to support what we had the vision for in the beginning. And we have a broader vision, but that's good. So what I feel is desirable is based on doing what we are doing, continue on this path. We have committed to working together. We're a good team. We have gone through one proposal. We have seen the reaction from the Commission, as Sabine was discussing this morning, and I mentioned myself in the speech, and we're doing well. We're now going into the second bit, and we will continue to work together. Thomas makes an excellent point that from the university standpoint, the budget from Brussels is small for the individual universities, but we have the commitment. And it is very important for us to have the money, but we still need to do a lot of work because we need the commitment of the staff. We are here, the groups that meet in the biannuals, similar people. We are changing, but there is a core group that has come for a long time, but we need more people involved. And to be able to do that, we need to continue. And it's a challenging task. So it is desirable, as I see it, to continue along this route.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ivar.
Okay, I will just say it very loud. And with looking at this and thinking about it, I think also these scenarios, they're quite technical. And I was just thinking, but what is our view of education in the future and how do we view our role in that? We are talking about impact, and then I'm thinking, okay, so what kind of impact are we then talking about, and how does Aurora play a role in that? So I would be quite curious to hear how the panel's looking at that. Besides of course, let's say the practical stuff, like where funding comes from, is important, but yeah, I would like to look at the content a bit more. So I'm curious what the panel.
I noted, and I will return to it. And I'd like to complete this cycle first, and then I think we still have time for opening up the discussion a little bit. And yes, you're right. we consciously constructed this to have some collective and individual thinking. Where will this lead to? What will be the end result? Which is an entirely different question than what are we doing it for? Which is the question that you are raising, and it is important. A lot of the policy documents have lots and lots and lots of nice words about what it is for, and it's very easy to hide practice behind nice words. So that was why we try to also look at how is this going to affect the system in the end. But your remark is very valid. Yes, Inge, and then I will return again to Niels for the results of your answers to the second question. But first, Inge.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I think my question is in a similar vein, but hopefully also linked to this. Just to follow up on some of the responses from the panelists earlier, Marjolein, you explained how, sorry, I wrote it down. Oh, you were talking about whether or not the EU understands the challenges that we're facing, and if that's something that's, you know, a potential, you know, pathway for the future in this, if they are, you know, really understanding the transformative changes that we're trying to make, or if they view it more as a sort of technical adjustments. And then, Hanush, you explained very clearly how universities are rigid institutions that are slow to change. And so then I have this follow-up question based on these two statements, which is how can we use the European University Initiative and this concept to achieve the type of institutional transformation that we want to achieve? Because for that type of transformation, we need to break down some of the existing structures to achieve what we want. And we all know that that's not exactly something that universities are keen on. So how can we use this initiative for the next 10, 15, 20, 25 years to get where we want to go? What needs to happen for us to be able to do that?
Okay, thank you. I'll take both of these questions because they are related and put them to the panelists. I'd like to first personally take the prerogative of my role here to say something about how this works within the Commission, also building on some of the things that you have said, Thomas. What I think we can see is that the European Commission, of course this is a monolith, but let's say the people within the Directorate General for Education and Culture who work on the European Universities Initiative, they have similar ideas on what this is for as many of the universities, many of the people in the universities. And this is basically, and this is how I also will want to rephrase both your questions to the panel, that it is important that universities identify the difference between what they are and are doing now and what they should be doing in the future to better address the challenge, help address the challenges in society. So my question to the panelists will be, what would be maybe the top 5 of most important laboratory experiments, most important things that the universities should be moving from what they are and are doing now to what they should be doing in the future? But the Commission has this vision as well, in my view, but they are, if we feel constrained in the harness of the programs, of the logical framework, of the activities, tasks, deliverables, inputs, outputs, outcomes, impacts, and the whole shebang, they feel harnessed in this same system quite as much as we are. They feel very much frustrated, so they're trying to give us a program, and they know that it is really obstructive to their intentions and our intentions, but it's the only tool they have. So this is a dilemma that both they and we are working in. Just as a clarification on the role of the Commission, and this is my personal view, but I think, Thomas, you know a lot about these things, and your view is not that different, I would say. Back to the key question of Inga and Ivar. So I bring that to the two scenarios where we are laboratories for change, which was the metaphor we used for desiring to become more the universities that we want to be, and that does the things that we think should be done from what we are now, fighting the rigidity and conservatism of universities as institutions. What I ask all of you to respond, what would be the 4 or 5 most important ways in which the university should start doing different things, doing things differently, to have a more beneficial impact on society? I start again with you, Jon Atli.
4 or 5 things that the universities need to do to have more impact on society.
Is it too much or too little?
No, it's, well, what we had here in Aurora, and we still have, is that these universities are socially responsible, and they need to be that. So I think that's most important. They need to sort of have in mind the grand vision of Aurora, and the way to do it and create the impact. The impact is something we create by joining forces, being together, both in Aurora but also the individual universities. So what we did at the University of Iceland, and I think it's a great step, and I'm very proud of it, to integrate the vision of Aurora, the vision of the Alliance, in our strategy. So what the university is trying to do is what we are trying to do in the Alliance. But this is very complicated to work across many, many different universities. They come from different cultures, different countries, have different structures, so nothing is easy. That's why we need to continue working together, get more people involved in the individual universities, and that's one of the hardest things, that it's just very important that it's not something that the top-level administration is doing, the people in the faculties are doing. We need to get more academics into the process. So if we do that, we will achieve the goals of Aurora, and I think that's the most important thing.
I'll just follow the table now, this one. Hanush.
Thank you. From students' point of view, the question, I believe, was those 4 to 5 things that universities should do to have a lasting impact on society or improve the impact on society. I think it's to get more in touch with reality, really. I feel like a lot of it is comes from very theoretical background, and I feel like Aurora can help with that, whether you get to experience a different educational system and internship elsewhere. I feel like to put more emphasis on the practical matters, internships, and inspiring each other, like just not within your own little bubble, but also outside, and getting to know how things work differently in various countries and at various universities. I think to support that would be for me, one of the most important ways on how, in the end, when you have the graduates and you have the students that can come into the positions where they heavily influence the society, you would have people who would then do that much of a better job at it. So.
Yeah, I love this question. I'm Professor Innovation and Education in the Health and Life Sciences, so I love innovations in education. Not to say that education nowadays is not good. It brought us very far, this disciplinary research, so we should keep that as well. But in addition, we are faced now with a lot of challenges. They can't address only with disciplinary research. We need to cross these boundaries. We need to learn students to work together. And that's from different disciplines in the first place. And that sounds rather easy, but they really speak different languages. We trained these students for a long time in this disciplinary structure. They speak different language. We don't understand each other anymore. Within the VU, we offer a course in which we put students of all different disciplines together. And it shows so obviously that they don't understand each other anymore. If I give one example, we asked them in the first, we work on complex challenges like the sustainability just mentioned. We ask everyone, bring an article from your own perspective to this table. And they all do, and it's very interesting, and they listen to each other and say, yeah, their value was very interesting. And in the end, we ask them, what's now the most valuable to this problem? And they all choose their own article. And then the interesting discussion starts, and people say, yeah, I'm a social scientist. You need to do in-depth interviews, because then you have high-quality research. So you, in economics, you have a very high N, a lot of questionnaires. The questionnaire doesn't say anything. And we need to learn to value each other's knowledge. And next to that, we also need to value the knowledge of the society, people outside of our disciplines. And then again, we don't understand them. We need to listen. We need to learn to listen. So we need to learn to these students completely different skills than only the disciplinary skills. So crossing boundaries to society, we need to learn them. Use more real-life cases in society. Work with complex issues, but real life. Get these students out of their seats, out of the university, get them in society, I would say. So somehow break down the walls of the institute and get them out. Get them in real life. And again, these problems don't stop at borders. So please bring the students, not even within different disciplines, but also different nationalities. And that's what I like in Aurora. Bring them in. In the course I just mentioned, it is offered now worldwide. We have students from Latin America up to China in that course. So interesting if you see the cultural difference we also face. So dealing with all these differences, different cultures, different languages, there are so many different. We need to appreciate that way more and train students in completely different skills. Again, not to say we don't appreciate disciplinary knowledge, we need that as well, but we in addition need also a new set of researchers that can think in different ways, in different lines. So I love these kind of things. And we therefore also think about it. Look at this room. How interactive can this be? Change the education, change the settings. We don't need to educate like this. We can use a lot of other forms to educate and learn, I would say.
I think, yeah, there have been a couple of questions, but in terms of the most important things that universities could do, I just want to refer to one of the a document that UA has put out a couple of years ago, which is called Universities Without Walls, which was a document that has been developed together with the sector, from institutions, different groups, students, academics, leaders, but also outside, sort of setting out a vision for how universities should look like in 2030, and sort of what came out that they should be open, transformative, and transnational, sustainable, diverse, and engaged, strong, autonomous, and accountable, and then also setting out a couple of frameworks that they need to achieve this, which are the enabling frameworks. So there's a lot of discussions actually also about the cooperation and collaboration is about enabling frameworks, adequate investments, and also strong leadership. And then we set out a couple of priorities, such as reforming academic careers, promoting multidisciplinarity, and also strengthening civic engagement. So that's quite a big agenda. And I think that the question is that sort of came out from the first two questions, what is this all about? I think the European University Alliance is one format to achieve a multitude of things. And I think it would be the worst thing if we would think all along the same lines, that there should be only one model of how an international collaboration would look like, only one thing that all institutions should go for and achieve, but rather seeing this as one format that can achieve a lot, that can contribute to change, to transformation, where others can learn from, but it should not be just the one thing. And I think what I like also with Aurora, for example, I mean, you've chosen sustainability as one of the overarching goals, and breaking it, of course, down into more concrete elements. And the way you go about, I think, is one format that can be done, and that can have a major impact and also inspire others. But at the same time, I think it's also important to see that there are other formats of what universities can do alone, in cooperation, in other cooperation formats, to contribute to the same thing. I think seeing, I think it was very impressive, the slides on sustainability and where we are at the beginning. I think to solve those challenges, we all need all 5,000 universities that we've been talking about to contribute in the best possible way that they can. And not everyone can engage in such complex networks and formats. But I think here again, the diversity of formats will actually help us to solve those challenges. And I think that is also what society, in a way, expects from us. I mean, remember when COVID looks now such a long time ago, but I think that was the time where a lot of people from society looked to universities to research and innovation to find something. That was also the time where I think that universities were quite in the media, were quite a lot also in sort of in the good books, and I think that this is we can only achieve if we focus on what is the strength of the different institutions.
Thank you. Again, I take the liberty to add a little bit from my own side. If you really look at the major challenges, we are fast on the track, yes, 5 minutes, yes, thank you, of making this planet uninhabitable for humankind, Ivar. We see the destruction of the geopolitical system of stability and of rule by other things than force. We see increasing socio-economic divides in all our societies. We see increasing problems with cultural identity. And this, of course, it's not a coincidence that many of these overlap with our pilot domains, but provokingly, I could say all of our Aurora universities can say, yes, well, we have a number of academics who focus on these issues. But that's different, Eva, from this is the starting point of thinking about strategic change of what our university needs to become more than it is. So these are the major challenges. So that's one, I think, perspective. And you mentioned one, but I added a few because, not because the first one is so easy, but because we are living in very complex times. And the other thing I wanted to add is when we started with the Vice Rector's education group, Steinen was there, we also had the similar question. What are the major issues? And if I remember correctly, yes, coping with the digital transformation was one that was not mentioned, but it's still there. Diversity, making our student population and our academic population a better reflection of the composition and the spread of talent in the society that we serve. Doing a better job in equipping our students and graduates with the skills they need, not only in work, but in life, and helping them to obtain the cultural openness to understand across disciplines, across ethnicity, that other people have a different outlook on the world than I do, and that is a source of richness and not a source of anxiety. And then I think we also had sustainability as an important issue there already in 2018. So Inga and Ivar, thank you for changing the subject for where does this all end to the alliances are not an end in itself, allow me to play off words, it's a means to an end, and we need to make sure that in Aurora we don't even necessarily all have to have the same agenda for change. as long as we all have a serious agenda for change and use Aurora as a tool to progress to where we want to progress to. We have 2 more minutes for the results of the second survey. There are no winners, but it's still interesting to see if there has been a shift in the votes.
Yeah, I think first what would be interesting is to go to the part of which scenarios are found most desirable. I will quickly go over that because the results there are quite interesting because with a vast majority of 49 votes out of 82, scenario 4, so structural funding for laboratories of change in education and research, was voted as by far the most desirable then by you as a community. And scenario 2, so all higher education joining the initiative, was voted with 18 votes as the second most desirable. And then 6 votes for scenario 3. And then scenario 1 and 5 with 3 votes each and 3 people filling in none of the above. So just to give an indication that particularly scenario 4 and to some extent scenario 2 are what this group sees as the most desirable scenarios.
And people are invited to discuss this over lunch.
Definitely, definitely. And there it brings me to the point that the follow-up survey has now been filled in by just 14 of you, but I would ask you please throughout the day, I will keep it open, just keep filling it in. We will be analyzing the results. For some of you, if it might not show the follow-up, it's a matter of having to, again, close and reload the page. It should show up. If it's still not, let me know and I can take a look at that for you. But we can do that. We can analyze that data later. Then I was asked practically for the people that have signed the MOU that they can pick up hard copies with Maria after this session, and then I'm leaving the stage.
Okay, so you are very considerate to fill the second one in so much less that it becomes irrelevant to compare, and we don't lose the time of the precious last minute. I have the time to thank the panelists for their willingness to work with this rather experimental form and for the very valuable contributions on both sets of questions, and to thank you as the audience for your participation in the first survey and for the rest of the day in the second survey. And I wish you a fruitful continuation of the biennial, starting with lunch.
Good afternoon. Zkouška sirén. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a great lunch, and you didn't come here to have a nap, hopefully. No, it's gonna... Thank you. We are happy that so many of you came for our sustainability talk. And we want to have it in very informal way. So don't hesitate to talk, raise your hand, give your opinion, idea, whatever you wish to say. We are here to hear out. And now I will present my colleague, my beloved colleague from University of Innsbruck, Lorenzo, who's going to take care of you for next hour and who's going to be the moderator of the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Susanna. Hi, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Lorenzo. I'm Sustainability Coordinator of the University of Innsbruck. And together with Palackého University, we lead the Sustainable Campus work package in Aurora. And I mean, I know we want to have a discussion, but first I'm going to quite quickly show 2-3 slides on what that Sustainable Campus has been about, or what we have been doing in Aurora in the last years. I mean, many things didn't work out as planned, which is probably the case with many of the Aurora activities. But so maybe also to say, like, there's sustainability is like a pretty big topic in Aurora. It's also been like part of many other work packages. We have really been working on the, let's say, sustainability on campus, meaning making the university operations greener, or with the goal, let's say, that the Aurora campuses are leading examples in sustainability. Those are the goals basically from the proposal of Aurora, no? And just put them here. And so first of all, I mean, as you know, the Aurora universities are quite different. It's quite a diverse group. It's very different if you talk about, let's say, renewable energy if you're in Iceland as compared to if you're in Olomouci, no? In Iceland, you might have less problems in switching to renewable energies, of course. So it's quite diverse. It's also was clear pretty quickly that we couldn't have like the same goals or same approaches for all the universities. That's was an idea in the beginning, but was abolished quite quickly. And then we kind of decided to focus on 8 areas in the Sustainable Campus Action Plan. They are here on the slide. And of course, also there, some are more important to some of the universities than others. Buildings energy efficiency, it's quite important for everyone, also because it, in the end, hopefully saves you money. But then, for example, the biodiversity, it was quite a different topic. Some of the universities, for them, it's really important. They have like a lot of land, a lot of ground, can do a lot. Others, they're in, let's say, in a city, they only own their buildings, and it's limited what they can do in that area. Also, the accessibility, that's maybe like not a core topic for some, but it was also quite, let's say, to see the sustainability on campus in a broader way, you know, also to be inclusive in that regard. For example, food and accommodation, it's also quite important, especially because of it's an awareness thing, no? Like if you calculate your footprint of your university, the food you use, it will only be a relatively small amount, but it's still quite visible, no? Also something students really care about a lot. And then I realized it's a lot of text and it's quite small, but that's the, let's say, reduction plan that we at some point proposed. And it has, I'm not going to read it all, you can read it somewhere else, but just saying that basically what we want to have is that all the Aurora universities measure their CO2 emissions, establish a baseline, ideally for the year 2019. That's because then, as you know, COVID came and a lot changed, and also emissions changed quite a lot. ideally commit to carbon neutrality at latest for 2040. I mean, most universities already have such a commitment, most of them also earlier than 2040, although it's not that going to be that easy or that clear how we actually reach it. And then some other measures we would like to have the universities implement or implemented. Yeah, for example, introduce reporting at the latest in 2025 and so on. I mean, that's just maybe to give you like a bit of information what we did in the first Aurora phase. It's been, let's say, not very easy going. And for the second phase also, like I think it's relatively clear what the universities can do, what they maybe should do. But what's still a certain topic is that we seem to have like not all the same, let's say, level of awareness of sustainability and its importance. And that was also the background for that session, by the way, that we wanted to see what do others think, what is important for universities on sustainability, what is missing, what else could be done, what should be or could be another focus in the second phase of Aurora. There, I mean, what we would like to do is include students a bit more. That's also something we honestly tried to do quite a bit in the first phase, but we haven't been terribly successful, I must say. And then also maybe to have a bit more focus on that, like going out and showing what the universities are already doing, what is happening, market good things that are happening a bit better, because that's also important. Yeah, that's, I mean, maybe not thank you for your attention yet, but that's the last slide, because we're just gonna get started with the panel, and I'm gonna change my seat to there because my notes are there. Okay, oh, that's quite loud. Then I'm gonna introduce our nice panel here, and first of all, I'm gonna do like a round of introductions and give everyone here the possibility to say a word or a few words about who they are, what they do, and also what they think is important regarding sustainability on campus or even beyond the universities. And afterwards, I would also like to get into discussions with you. So I'm going to start with our panelist, Martin Jurek. He's a senior lecturer on environmental geography here at Palackého University of Olomouci. And I mean, so that you're bringing a bit, let's say, the scientific basis or scientific background on the topic climate change, sustainability. That's why I'm also would like to start with you, and maybe you could give us some examples on what is happening, why it's important to act also for universities, and maybe also from your area or regions. Most of us are guests here in Olomouci, and maybe you can say something about, do you already see effects of climate change? Are there measures where you are preparing for it? Or how big of a topic it maybe is also is like in the region in Czech Republic, so not just at Palackého University. And also Martin prepared one slide. I'm gonna change it, but you can already start. Thanks.
So good afternoon. My name is Martin Jurek. I'm from the Department of Geography, and we prepare both the experts in the field and also teachers of geography. And so my expertise is in teaching also climate change to those students, and we also do research, namely on adaptation to climate change in the Czech urban areas, but also we've done some research into education about climate change. And from all these things, I can see that in the Czech Republic, we are already aware, even though we are presented as a climatically skeptical nation. I think we're mostly aware of the fact that climate change is happening even in our region already, because we see manifestations, namely in the form of prolonged drought in the region, which is affecting the crops, which is affecting the forests. We have actually a research center here at the science faculty that's focusing on adaptation of cereals to climate change and how they can be grown in the future sustainably, even in the changed climate. And for example, if you look at the next building from here, which has been recently finished, you can see a green wall being on the surface of that building. And I think that's one of the nice examples of the readiness to adaptation. Because among the adaptational measures that we can take in the cities is putting more greenery, not only into the parks, but also as green roofs, green walls, and different management of the water in the city. Because if I remember, like 25 years ago, we had a different situation. We had too many floods in the region, and one of the biggest floods affected even actually this campus. And so we were still thinking about, let's get rid of the water in the city. And now, 25 years later, we're doing the opposite, like how to sustain the water in the urban area, actually, but in a different way, of course. I don't know what else to say to add to this. In this region, we are experiencing, for example, a slightly higher rise in the global temperature than the worldwide average. But also different manifestations of extreme weather. And all of these things are putting the people into the mindset of something is already happening. Like what used to be the future is now the present in the predictions. And things might get worse. And what I asked my colleague to put here is one of the charts from the synthesis report from the assessment report number 6 by the IPCC. If you take a look at it, I think it's quite clear what it wants to say. There are these different futures of the impact in global temperature change, and then you can see who is actually concerned about the future more or less. And I think that we as universities should be quite active in working with the young generation and explaining to them what is ahead of them. Because if you are talking to people who are in their let's say 50s, 60s, in the decisive positions maybe, but their mindset is like in 20 or 30 years, I don't actually care that much what happens with the world, but these young people do. So I'm totally in favor of working with them, with the young generation, and helping them be educated as much as possible to understand climate change. Because it's such a complex topic that it's easy to misinterpret what's the message.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin. I'm quite sure we're going to come back to that later. And I think would also be maybe good to leave that, slide there on the screen for the duration of the panel. Yeah, our next panelist is Irene Henschel-Erhardt. She's the Vice Rector for Sustainability and Digitalization at the University of Innsbruck, and therefore also my boss. She's quite new in that role, and our rectorate started about half a year ago. And maybe, Irene, you could give us some ideas on how you see the role of universities in the, let's say, sphere of sustainability, maybe also going beyond like the actual, let's say, hardcore buildings and CO2 emissions, but what are the important things?
I'm not quite sure if I am able to do this like you requested, but what I can bring in the discussion is, what I would bring in is the question how we can manage the transition, because it's the main question I'm thinking about, and I think maybe we can discuss together how we can do the transition, how to set goals and to reach them, and what could be the next steps to bring it down on Earth, so that we can reach a future worth living in.
Okay, thank you. Then next to me here is Ivar Maas. He's the head of the sustainability office of the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. So also quite experienced in that regard, also quite active in our group. And so, Ivar, maybe you can say a few words about yourself, what you're doing, and because you're also more like me, let's say, really involved in how to make the university more sustainable. Maybe also already say something what the challenges but also opportunities are you faced in the last few years in Amsterdam.
Sure, very small question. So hello, I'm Ivar Maas. And yeah, at VU we approach sustainability quite broad. So we approach this from a perspective of education, of research, of knowledge transfer, of operations and community. And those are, let's say, the 5 different elements in which you want to see a shift for your, let's say, institution to be considered, in our perspective, a sustainable institution. And then when we look at specifically at the campus, yeah, it's something along the lines of constructive alignment. So yeah, you cannot teach about green if you are not green yourself. That's a bit of the idea. So the area where you are, the place where you are, should align with the education, with the things you're teaching there. So, and that is then, let's say, part of the challenge there, I suppose. Well, part of the challenge is also how to integrate them. So how to ensure there's interaction between either then teaching and then the space in which you teach, but also for research, how do you integrate that further? So it's, yeah, how do you, well, basically coming back to your question, how do you then indeed make this change? So I think that is a big challenge. And then to give a very brief sort of answer to that, that is very much a process by trial and error, because you don't know always precisely the route on which you can go. You don't know already if it's always going to work. And I think that's crucial in all of this, is that you learn, so that you become institutions of learning, even though we are already institutions of teaching.
Yeah, thanks, Eva. I like the last part. There might be a difference between that. Yeah, our last panelist is Xenia from Spain. She's or has been a student at URB and is now at Palackého University. So I think that's also like a very nice Aurora example. Yeah. She's been truly Aurora-sized, whatever. And also, she has been in the Aurora Student Council, so she knows quite a bit about Aurora. But I'm still gonna ask you maybe to say a few words about yourself, what you're studying, but also, I mean, and I said it before, I think it's important to have the perspective of students also in sustainability. I mean, they are the biggest part of the university. And maybe you can say a few words about what you think is important and sustainability at the universities from a student's perspective. Also, because you are a part of the, I think, sustainability group, or how it's called here at the Palackého University, so the student sustainability group.
So, hello everyone. As my colleague presents myself, my name is Xenia Rubiralta, and I am currently a food engineer. I actually graduated last month here in Palackého, but I come from Spain. And replying to your question, I really think that students need to be involved in all the sustainability changes and measures. And I want to talk about actions, because it's very fancy talking about sustainability, but we actually need to take action. And as young people, I'm sorry for saying that, but we're way more creative than adults, or more like former professionals. I want to talk about some existing measures and some ideas that, of course, the student community can be part, but for that we need the support from the staff, and to just make better the student community. For example, in my home university, in the Faculty of Engineering, we had this reusing white coats and glasses, that when you ended your studies, if it was in a good condition, you could give it to the new students, and they didn't need to pay, what, 40 euros for like glasses and coats. For example, the ITs just take the old computers and just clean them and reuse them to any other faculty that may need computers, even at schools, because apparently they were really good. So they really did a great job. Also with bikes, my home city is not very bikeable, but they had this like Facebook market, secondhand bikes. So students could like buy bikes for cheaper. And they were in good conditions because the mechanical engineering students were just repairing them. For example, when the Christmas was coming, we just said like toys, clothes for markets, like a secondhand thrifting, and that was a very good point. Also, like people from charity was involved helping us. And if we talk about sustainability in campus as architecture, they design, for example, a butterfly garden, so we could study the species and the local ones, as well as growing local varieties, because I don't know if you heard about, but growing artificial grass actually contains a lot of microplastics, so it's very much needed that if we want to crop and grow something within the campus, it has to be local. But other things that could be implemented, it could be like organic machines to just, how do you say, reuse this like food waste and turn it into compost. Also to create like a library of all these printed notes and files that students have and including them in the library, as long as other examples that, of course, if anyone have more ideas to share, please come here and like share it with us. And now I want to talk about some measures, not all, but some measures that I've seen here that as a foreigner, I'm really interested. For example, in Mensa, which is the dining, you actually can take away the food that you haven't eaten this day. And also you need to note yourself the day before, so then the cooks can organize themselves to cook the exact food and try to minimize the food waste. Also, I'm now part of this project that it's to make the campus greener in the outskirts of Olomouci, in the campus Holice. And we want to design like very similar with the butterfly garden I was mentioning before. And it's basically is to implement vertical garden roofs. And other like basic measures that they are still going on, but they may need some improvement, is the public transport. I mean, here in Czech Republic, coming from Spain, I don't really complain. But for example, campuses that are in the outskirts, they need more buses and more lines to just fill the busy hours and to have like more options, because sometimes it happens here that science students are between two campuses and they need to run away, and sometimes they miss the bus and there are not many buses going from one place to the other one. And especially in my hometown, they really need to work on the public transport. First of all, make it cheaper, and second of all, because most of the students arrive by car, and this is a fact. So thank you everyone for listening to me.
Yeah, thanks for your inputs. And I already have a question for you, because as I said before, the involvement of students in projects or also in, let's say, bigger strategies and so on always sounds easy, but in practice it's often a bit harder than you think. And that's why my question is, because you've mentioned that you've been involved in many different projects here and also in Spain. What was something you would have needed from the university for you to make it easier to implement your ideas or to get a step further? Because in my experience, that there are often quite good ideas from students. Students often are very motivated, but then they come to me, to us, and say, well, I want to do this. and I say, okay, well, maybe that's possible, maybe not, let me check. And then there is an issue because, for example, they wanted to put trees on campus, but it's in the area where the, I don't know, firefighters have to drive in, and so we can't do it, and then they lose their motivation. And you have to be really engaged to stick with the topics for a longer time to make many projects work. It's my experience. So that maybe my question is what worked well for you in, let's say, in cooperation with the university, and what do you think would have helped you, or would you have needed to have it easier and to keep the motivation high to work on those projects?
For me, I think that first of all, it's like a brainstorming kind of idea, and I think students are really motivated, and that's true, and sometimes we get crazy about ideas, but we need to see specialists as well as people taking part of like an alliance like Aurora, just to cooperate together and to just work on a single strategy to keep going and keep implementing measures. So this is why it is important maybe to split into groups and to work like small ideas, because we can dream big, but actually we have to take it easy, just not to get burnt out. And for me, it's just like trusting and being greener is not something that is a trend. It's something that you do in your daily life, and you have to believe in that. But for that, you need to have like an environment that vibes like you. And this is it. I think it's a cooperation between university staff, alliance, as well as specialists, because yeah, you have the tree idea, but maybe a specialist says, or maybe we can't plant here, but there's another way to just put this local variety in another place. So it's just about shaping all these ideas and make them true.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Martin, also like the question in a similar direction towards you, because I mean, I studied geography myself, and I know that usually the students at geography, they are, let's say, quite open to sustainability, climate change, also doing like something outdoors, things like that. How are you interacting with students in that way, or are students coming to you and saying, well, it would be so nice if the university did this and that to be greener or to improve, or is it not a big topic? And if it's a topic, what is coming from the student side, and how are you dealing with them, or where can you send them, or can you help them with something?
Well, actually, I would start with the saying, people are people and students are also people. So you've got different types of attitudes among them. You know, you've got people who are very proactive, students who really want to take part in all these activities. And then you've got students who are actually like opposing it or just neglecting the idea. And I have a very typical example from our field trip this spring, because my colleague had this proposal, because we were there in the mountains for 3 days, and he suggested that we have the dinners meatless, so that we let them try one of the measures that are proposed in the sustainability and in lowering the footprint. And it was a big group of students. It was actually 130 students who were there in that field trip and field work. And the thing was that the food wasn't that good, and they totally hated the idea, and that it was compulsory, and why are you forcing us to do that, you know? So we actually had this bad experience from trying to do something sustainable among the students. Even though they are geographers, they understand, and we've got this system of evaluation, you know, like back. So in the comments, one of the most negative things on the whole field trip was that bad meatless food, right? So it's not even easy with the students, even though they are geographers and they understand the concept, the practice is something different. And I think it's a nice sample of the whole population, you know, like it's something like not in my backyard thing happening in their life, you know, like we all understand that it's happening, we all understand what we should do, but please don't want it from me specifically, with many of the students, you know. So I think the idea that we should really be doing it as universities, not just preaching it, but also practicing it, is crucial. You know, like what you said, like we should really have the sustainable things in the university campus visible at all places. You know, so for example, I'm really happy for this new building being more sustainable, the next one, and also our building, which has been built like 13 years ago, so the project is like 20 years old, I would say, architecturally. I was a little bit disappointed with the, you know, like glass and stone and everything. Like, this is not a Faculty of Science building as I would imagine, you know. It's a little bit, you know, like obsolete in its ideas, but at least we're adjusting that building. And so, for example, we're installing the rainwater tanks now to manage better the water regime and stuff like that. So, and we should sell it more to the students. This is something that we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's also, I think, what we talked about in our group, that it's really important to also show the things which are happening, because also they sometimes is not very easy to explain. But still, for one last question before I'm going to try to ask the audience a bit, is to Ivar also, because of that topic with student involvement in sustainability. I mean, and I know that you, I think, originally came from the Green Office, like the student sustainability office at your university, and maybe you can say a bit like how it works for you, how you involve the students, and what they do, what they can do, and how you try to, I don't know, make it easy for them to engage.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so VU Amsterdam has a green office, which is the student sustainability platform, and precisely with this idea that you provide a platform for students to share their ideas. And we work together with them on projects, because not everything as a student you can do. So for public transport, you need to talk to the municipality. For buildings or the restaurant, okay, it's procurement and big procurement contracts that you need to change sometimes. So it's also looking where you as a student can do something, and where you as staff also need to do something, because sometimes it's also a weakness that we say, oh no, but the students will come up with all the creative ideas and they will save us. But at the same time, we also need to take that responsibility, and yeah, in that sense. So I think a platform like that, where you not push it too much what the students should do, it's up to them basically to decide and to shape what projects they should do. I think that's very, very important. Maybe also to dive a bit into then the restaurant or the food example. I think maybe first general, that you can, I think, distinguish between what you do, which is more contextual. So what kind of food do you offer? Where does the light come from? And indeed, what kind of bus do you take to go to the field trip? So those are all, let's say, the contextual things, and you need to make sure that those are aligned. But then it's also the content. So actually, what are you then teaching there on the and it's these kind of things need to come. Also, those need to come together in a certain way. And again, it's not easy, but that is then a bit of the challenge, and can sometimes help to distinguish, because people quite quickly think on all those practical stuff that just needs to happen. Yeah, we need clean electricity, etc. Yes, definitely. But also in the room where you're teaching, yeah, are you still teaching the old economic models with linear growth, or are you teaching something else? So also that kind of change really needs to be, well, looked at critically. And then a final thing, I think also what sometimes for us universities is, I think, a challenge, is how do we react on these things proactively? Because when making a more sustainable campus, it's quite a lot of things are now more and more, I feel, out of our control to an extent. Like where our electricity, or here in Olomouci, where our electricity comes from, you're, let's say, delivered to whatever the energy company is providing here. And the same with, well, again, with the buses, you're delivered to the municipality or the local public transport company that does that. And I think as a university, we should be way more proactive in that, into pushing local government, pushing, well, also then on a European level, the changes we would desire to see. So yeah, maybe that is an added thing, that this proactivity is, I think, also very important.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think that that's a whole other topic. But what I was going to say, maybe also because some don't know it. I mean, because we are like the Sustainable Campus Working Group, and there has been, of course, a lot of work on, let's say, related in Aurora in the teaching areas. For example, I mean, there's the in the sustainability and climate change domain, that there's a lot of work been doing. It's just hasn't been me or us, no. So that's also why maybe we haven't been talking about that. Let's say, how do we do research? What do we teach? That's not because it's not a part of Aurora or not been addressed. I mean, of course, I mean, if I may say 2 sentences about that, I mean, that's the first, that's the most important things at universities, the research and the teaching. I mean, those are basically our products or our outputs. But still, and that's also was quite well said by Martin before, that you need to practice what you preach, at least to a certain extent. So that's why we also want to have like sustainable operations, sustainable campuses, and so on. But of course, I mean, I think we can all agree that especially in teaching, in education, it's really important, because the thousands and thousands of students are graduating at the Aurora universities each year probably. And then they will go out into the world and have like more or less influence on what's going to happen in the future. But now we've already been talking quite a bit about many interesting topics, and I would like to ask you to participate. So, I mean, if you want to talk about or ask a question or add something on what's important for sustainability in Aurora at universities, maybe also beyond, or want to ask a question to us, what we've been doing or what we think about it, please feel free to ask us. Also, if you want to get into a, let's say, deeper discussion, you can even join us. There's one like free seat if you're brave enough. I'm happy to invite you to come here. I mean, it's a bit of a closed setting with these tables here, but still feel free to join. Or if you just want to have one question, then raise your hand. There's already someone with a question, I think. Always nice to have someone break the ice. Yeah, please.
Not me, I just micromanage.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know. Okay, so then, do we have any remarks, questions? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm from Indonesia. I'm Imam. Knowing that university is part of our educational system, I'm gonna ask you all, how do we connect this great idea of sustainability to the students from elementary until they reach the high school? Thank you.
And that's a good question, and I think it's really important. It's a bit outside of my area of expertise, I must say. I mean, what I can say, and then I'm gonna see if someone of you wants to add something. There's various things. I mean, first the universities or the education starts, as you say correctly, really early. Starts way before university, and it's the question how university can influence the education before. I think one thing is, of course, that most teachers, probably all over the world, are educated at universities. They are educated, like, let's say, on the content they teach, but also how they teach. So I think that would be an area where there's quite a big influence also on the children in school. But then maybe, like, I don't know if someone here wants to add something to that or has Eva?
No. Yeah, maybe very briefly, and also thank you for your question. I think it's a very interesting question. We were talking before about we need to raise awareness, and I think to an extent it's sometimes also that we also get the students that have already a history, and then we have the idea, oh, we need to now pump up the environmental knowledge that is not there. And that is indeed, well, that almost touch upon, let's say, then what is the responsibility of a university in all of this? What is then the responsibility of elementary and high school actually in teaching? And yeah, I don't have an answer to that, but that's indeed then the questions that do play up. We are working in some small projects to collaborate with, well, not yet elementary, but with high school teachers actually, because sometimes, not always, but sometimes they also need some help on how to teach them about the climate crisis. So yeah, that way you can assist a bit. And specifically maybe also from universities come the high school teachers eventually. So if, or at least in the Netherlands, that's how it's organized. So if we manage to get climate education into the teachers' education for the upcoming teachers, then that is one way of establishing it. But it goes a bit indeed beyond our scope or responsibility. Yeah.
Yes, maybe just a short addition. It's just the concept of lifelong learning. And so if we all agree that we need a concept of lifelong learning that is situated on the idea of sustainability, then of course all the educational institutions who are responsible for different target groups, for children, small children in the kindergarten, then for the different types of schools, and then of course to organize a close and constant a cooperation between different schools and universities. Just to give you one example, to offer summer schools for students, grade, you know, the upper classes, high schools, or so that there is really a steady contact between these institutions, then of course we can or we could fulfill such a wonderful idea. And then a child growing up, becoming a student, you learn more and more dealing with topics like climate change on different levels, and you understand step by step more what does it mean, and on the other hand, of course, how can I influence societal life as a small children, and what can I do, what could we do together when we get older and more experienced.
If I may add to this, because I think it's actually a really good idea to do it with the teachers, you know, because the teachers will then choose the topics for their classes. And if you look at the timeline, if we now start teaching the students to teach climate change, they will be ready to teach it in 5 years, but only those who get their first job. What about all the other teachers that are already in practice? We're running into the same issue that the Gapminder by Mr. Rosling, a geographer from Sweden, has shown that those who are in charge as the politicians, the policymakers, they live with the imprint of the world that's like 2 or 3 decades from their teaching, you know, or their learning at school, and they don't understand the changes. And we have this practice with many teachers who say, climate change is such a complicated topic. I don't know how to teach it. I'll prevent that. You know, I rather not teach it than teach it incorrectly. So I think that these teachers need the lifelong learning for the teachers, right? How to implement the teaching of climate change into their classes. We have actually offered this, and we've been offering this for like now almost 6 or 7 years for the teachers who can come willingly to have this lifelong learning course, and the interest is not so high, you know. If it's something that they should do as a plus, they have so many things to do that hardly anybody chooses this. So maybe some institutional support from the Ministry of Education that would promote it, that this is actually a really pressing topic, and that the students or the teachers should actually get updated would help.
Okay, go.
I have one example of how Spanish schools are working on, because I think it's a mistake to just focus all the sustainable projects just in high school, because high school starts when you're 12, 13 years old, but what about the youngest ones? So I want to start talking about the elementary school and also play school. For example, in Spain, I know that little kids have to have breakfast twice per week, fruit, and it is supplied by schools. And this is mandatory thing. Obviously, there's drama because some kids haven't tried fruit, haven't know how to recycle in their homes. But if they see that other kids are doing it and the teacher focuses on these measures like games, it is possible to make kids believe that actually this is important. So they are growing with the perspective that it's no longer a game, it's just a thing that you have to do to take care of the planet itself. This is an example, but going bigger, in Spain there are these certificates that schools receive, and it's called green schools, that basically helps to have the schools in better score. I'm talking about state schools, not private schools, and it helps to just kind of choose which school do you want your kids to go, and also to make better these schools that are not really working on sustainable measures. So I think that we have to start from scratch, and my colleagues that were talking about the teachers, that they need to get some knowledge about it, which is completely true. I know that some schools in Spain, the green offices are only led by people who have taken sustainable courses from specialists, and they are leading the project. The others can help, can give a hand, settling everything, implementing measures, but the shaping the idea is just, it's only responsible the person or the people who have taken the special courses or the courses focused on sustainability. Thank you.
I would like to add something as well, an example from the Czech Republic. So we are having discussion or cooperations with the region of Olomouc and also with the city of Olomouc. And in Czech Republic, the elementary schools are managed by the city, but the high schools are managed by the region. And it's a big difference because we realize that the elementary kids are much more educated in environmental sciences than the high school kids, because the city stresses more on this than the region does. And there is really a big gap then, because unfortunately the kids from 10 to 18 years old maybe, they forget most of what they learned before. And so we realized that we really have to start tackle this gap. And last week we had a science night at a university, and we had many kids coming for this night, which is open for public. And I actually could see that the kids of 6, 8 years old had idea what is footprint, what is environmental science, and so on, but the older didn't. And I was like, wow, it's really happening. So this is an example where, for example, in our region, we are lucky that we, as a Palackého University, have a cooperation with the city and with the region, and we really have to stress on this.
Thank you. My name is Eiríkur Stephensen. I'm from the University of Iceland, lead of Work Package 2, Quality Assurance, and one of the issues that your group reported this year was the lack of, or the difference in commitment of the different universities to the carbon footprint reduction plan. So, speaking of practice what you preach, so could you, is this something that you recognize, this challenge, that the universities were not all as enthusiastic, because this found its way into our quality evaluation report. If this is a problem, how do you consider what will be your approach in the next phase of the project?
I mean, it's definitely, I mean, an issue insofar that, I mean, and maybe to elaborate a bit on that. I mean, what we are doing, or what we did in the working group, was make the suggestions on those, let's say, policy papers. No, the first Sustainable Campus Action Plan was approved, was relatively okay, I would say. I mean, quite, you know, cloudy document is saying we're all going to be more sustainable, so everyone will be able to agree, I guess. Then with the footprint reduction plan, I think one issue which was also maybe in parts a communication issue is that people, and I mean with that, I mean the university leadership was afraid that, let's say, there would be like a set goal over all Aurora. Like, let's say that, I mean, because also, I mean, we have to say that that was the plan in the beginning. So even in the proposal phase of Aurora, there were some like goals that you have like certain reductions in footprint, even though it was never elaborated which footprint, over all all universities. And I mean, as I said in the beginning, we realized quite quickly that that's not going to work. So our idea was that every university should commit to reducing their footprint, in that case, carbon footprint, and also set like the goal for being net zero. And I mean, that is, I mean, we have that goal at University of Innsbruck, and I don't know how we are going to reach it. Also, it's tough. Yeah? It's not that easy. And so I think there's like from the perspective of university leadership, it can be difficult to say, well, great, we agree, because you have to keep in mind what it's going to cost you, how are you even going to go there, what's going to happen if you like fail or even fail miserably. So I think that's more or less the background of that issue, and I don't know how to resolve it. I still think, I mean, we are it's 2023 now. I mean, the European Union, which we are part of, has a carbon neutrality goal. Like, I think all countries have it, I'm not sure. But for example, I mean, Austria has the goal of carbon neutrality in 2040, the whole country. And I mean, we are a university, we are not a steel mill or a concrete factory. So I mean, our goal should be well before that. But yeah, maybe Eva can add some more.
Yeah, just briefly, because I think it was important, or is important, that what we tried to establish was sort of this absolute minimum. Like, what is the absolute minimum we think Aurora University should abide by? And that's what you saw, the long list, that's what you saw on the board. Maybe but I'm not a task team leader, so I can be more rogue here. Is that what I think is sometimes difficult is how does this decision process then really go? And when a group decides or makes a document saying, well, okay, this is it, and then it goes to be decided, what is then really decided? And how is the feedback from, okay, this is what we're going to do? Because we experienced it a few times, also with the travel codex, for example. It was decided somewhere that that was the travel, let's say, process for Aurora, but I think it's unclear then how that decision making really goes, and the feedback on if it's ratified or not and what that then implies is also not always so clear. So I think that the decision making, and maybe with that a bit of the governance, has to be more clear, I think.
And also I would add, like, if we establish a bare minimum, see that the universities that are not really working on improving, see which barriers do they have, because sometimes it's political reasons, misunderstandings, or to detect and to analyze which barriers do they have in order to improve. That sometimes it's just very easy, the problem, attitude. But we need to, instead of like forcing and pointing, just, I would say, effective communication and being reasonable enough to make them understand why this is important and that we have to work together, and also get inspiration. I mean, sharing ideas and finding ways. I mean, obviously, Spain is very behind, for example, if we compare it with the northern countries or even like Central European countries. But that doesn't mean that we're behind, we don't do anything. No, actually we can do, but let's see what we can do, and step by step. Obviously, we can't change things from day by night, but I think small actions I would start, and then like keep improving and just talk and find networks, political, municipality, people that can help you, etc. I would say.
If I may react or add, actually, I think this whole thing about climate change and adaptation and mitigation of it is a problem of scale. How do we understand it? Because the time is long and the measures are so immense. For example, this building was constructed in the 70s or 80s as totally inefficient, but over time it got reconstructed already twice towards the standards of today. And today I think we can call it quite a sustainable building compared to the original. And the same thing even with the travel code that you have in Aurora. I think the good practice is spreading because, for example, I don't know about the other faculties of this university, but at the science faculty, we now have this decision that you can no longer be paid for the costs of traveling with your car. If you go somewhere from the university, they will only pay the equivalent of a train or a bus to that location. And these are small things that happen over a long period of time. We just need the patience to see that the vector of change is correct.
Yeah, thanks. I hope there are not that many very pressing questions, because by looking at my watch, I've seen that we're nearly out of time. And I would like to give each of our panelists like the opportunity for, let's say, a final statement. So like if there's anything you want to add, and also maybe I'll ask you all the question, like what would be your #1 measure to implement, or your idea what would be important for Aurora in the sustainability area, sustainability on campus, or maybe also for universities in general, or even beyond the universities. But so if there's something you want to add to the discussion, please now, and also give me your #1 idea. And I think, Irene, I'm going to start with you this time, because you haven't had the opportunity to speak so much in the last few minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want nothing to add to the discussion, but the most important thing I take with me is the trial and error approach you mentioned. And I think that's the same as you told us, doing small steps and see what's working, what's not working. I think that's maybe the way to do it, and yeah, we will try it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe Ivar, it's your turn. Or are you still thinking then?
I am still thinking, but yeah, well. Yeah, maybe as a final thing, or just as a final challenge, I guess, I would like to think, like, how far can we push this also as Aurora and as a network? And how can we be a very proactive player in making Europe and maybe even the world more sustainable? And then I'm just thinking that, like, not too long ago, the EU Green Deal came out. We can be more proactive in how to do something also with it and how to take up such a task. Or upcoming COP28, not in the best location maybe and not with the best chair, but still, when those big climate decisions are made, I think it's good if Aurora takes a way more proactive stance in these issues and shows, let's say, leadership in that. Well, so as you can see, I think that is something that we have to explore together, what it then really entails, but I would like to challenge ourselves to think about this as a leadership task for Aurora to take up.
Okay, thank you. Then who's next? Okay.
Okay, well, I think the thing about the small steps in the patients has already been said, but I would also like to point out that climate change as a topic has started as a scientific topic, and it has become a political topic as well. We shouldn't forget about the scientific part and stay only in the politics, because then it's just opinion, somebody wants to say something, there's discussion, but where is the scientific basis, like what the facts actually say? So I would be very consistent in the universities on campus in trying to explain and show that this is still the scientific topic that we need to take care of. Thank you.
So I want to thank all my colleagues for bringing up such rightful ideas and sharing everything, again, from ideas to thoughts to scientific basis, because as a person that is also in the science field, I really get the importance of data and basically scientific evidence, which is very much needed. But if I wanted to reply to your question, I would say attitude, not being pessimistic and being optimistic, as well as proactive and just pushing yourself, as my colleague said, and that's all.
Yeah, thank you. I think there were some really nice points, and I'm also a big fan of that part of the scientific basis. I mean, that's also why we really, in what we suggested for Aurora, really took that measure your footprint first, and then decide how you're going to reduce it, so that it's kind of evidence-based, I mean, because we're all universities after all. Yeah, but I think with that, I'm closing the panel.
Wait, Lorenzo, what's yours?
Mine. Well, I mean, I actually think I've been in this topic for a long time, more even in the climate change topic than sustainability at universities. And I think what my main point is the awareness. I think we're still missing awareness on the scale of the issue, because I mean, I think we can all agree that not as much is happening as we think it should. And if you think that through, I think that's because the awareness is missing. And I mean, then it's always easy to say, well, the public administration or the politicians, they're not doing enough. But then, I mean, why are they not doing enough? I mean, they are usually elected or get into their positions. And that's why I think to work on increasing awareness on the issues is the main point. And that also brings me back to that quite excellent question on how to bring that even in schools. Before the university, I think you have to start as early as possible with that. That would be my point, yeah. Yeah, but still, thanks for the fantastic discussions. Thank you for joining us and your fantastic questions. Yeah, please get in touch with us if there's more you would like to know. And thank you for joining.